Well, hello, gang. Welcome to the Strangeville Superstore 50% off Megathon. Get me to Astronomicon, trapped in the second dimension astral projection stream. That's right, we're going to be live for quite a while here today. We're going to do some marathon finishing of Space Worms pages, and we're going to be trying to hawk our wares to sell our stuff to get that bag, as it were. We're doing a 50% off everything on the Superstore sale today only, a flash sale, 50% off. And the link is in the description here, strangevillesuperstore.square.site. All of the hack movies on DVD, all of the hack movies on VHS, all of the in stock graphic novels and comic books, all of the t shirts, all of the hoodies, all of the hats, all the accessory pieces, the hat pins, stickers, Rubik's Cubes, all the VHS, all the collectible paperbacks, all on sale, gang. 50% off today only. We're trying to raise the funds to astral project me to Astonomicon. That's right. Gotta find my tab here. I want to raise $1,000. $1,000 will allow me to astral project my way to Detroit, Michigan this weekend and attend uh, Astronomicon. Let me switch cameras here and talk to you guys a little bit, get a little serious here. A little serious here. All right, gang. I've gotten so many emails and messages over the last 24 hours asking me, why aren't you guys at Astronomicon this weekend up in Detroit, Michigan? Detroit Murderous. What's going on with the Strangeville gang? Why ain't uh, Kevin Strange back slinging comics and DVDs and whatnots up in Astronomicon? And the answer is simple, gang. The answer is very simple. Uh, we didn't get invited. We didn't get invited back to the show. We never got an email from the promoters, even allowing us to pay for a spot to vend at Astronomicon, let alone invite us back as guests. What am I banging in this? Oh yeah, that's a good sound. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Stop banging into that paper bag back there. Anyway, so yeah, we didn't even get invited back to the show to so much as vend, let alone as special guests, which is the status that I believe. Of course, I believe Strangeville deserves the special guest status, and it's we don't get respect from the convention promoters out there because I wasn't an 8-year-old child in an obscure '80s movie that the promoters, mark out. I'm not a 47-year-old man that was an 8-year-old boy in an obscure '80s horror comedy movie that the promoters mark out for and will roll out the red carpet and pay for round trip plane tickets, drop them $2,500 guaranteed cash for the weekend, 5-star hotel, per $100, $200 a day per diem to buy whatever they want at the show, a limousine ride to and from the airport from the hotel to the airport back and forth. They don't give me that kind of treatment. I don't expect that kind of treatment, gang. But a little respect goes a long way, and a little help, a little back and forth between between guys like me and convention promoters would go a long way. I'm not expecting a free table for no reason other than my awesomeness, which we are. Strangeville is fucking awesome, and we bring lots of joy and entertainment to the convention guests, and are constantly. The thing is these fans, these guests at these shows, these attendees at these horror conventions, they ask me if I'm going to be there. They don't ask the convention promoters. So the promoters themselves don't believe that Strangeville or other underground independent artists are a draw. They don't believe we're going to sell tickets. And at the end of the day, they're only going to roll the red carpet out for people that they believe are going to sell tickets, or that they mark out for because they're in movies that these guys or are wrestlers that these guys liked from their childhood, or whatever is the case. There's an obvious bias to the convention promoters, and fucking so be it. They can do whatever they want. It's their show. They can curate their show however they see fit. But at the end of the day, all across the Midwest, there are fans and ticket buyers at these shows that love hanging out at the Strangeville table, that love picking up our crazy, ruthless uh, underground uh, comics and movies and novels, and uh, they deserve to have Strangeville there without me having to go into credit card debt every time I want to go on the road. And so I had to draw a clear line in the sand this year that unless the convention promoters invite me to the show as a guest, and I'm not asking for that plane ticket ride to and from the airport, 5-star hotel shit. Just trade me a table. I'll do a seminar. I'll do a 1 hour seminar on independent uh, marketing for for underground artists or writers or filmmakers. I'll do a no budget filmmaking seminar for an hour. I'll do a reading from my novel for an hour. I don't care what it is. I'll do set me up a room, and I'll do a card game tournament, Strangeville Smokeweed card game tournament. I have endless tricks in my bag of ways that I can entertain a convention audience. And the fact of the matter is these promoters, they think even that, like trading me a table for a trading me a table to sell uh, Strangeville merchandise for a room to do a Strangeville Smokeweed tournament for ticket buyers. They believe that they're hooking me up by giving me that room. That's something else that I should pay for. And because I'm not a 47-year-old that was an 8-year-old in an obscure 80s horror movie that most people have never heard of. It's just the fact. It's just how the game operates out there, gang. And after the last 2 years on the road, um, enough is enough. And uh, I had to draw the line in the sand. I'm tired. I'm still paying off credit card debt from last convention season, and that's nobody's business. And but nobody likes to hear that behind the scenes stuff and the financial stuff. They just want you to come out, entertain them. Fans want you to come out, entertain them, sell you cool stuff, and in their minds, you're just this crazy group that flies or drives around the world and does great at every show. I would love to maintain that illusion for the fans, because like behind the curtain stuff is ugly and stupid, and nobody needs to to deal with that. But I feel like I feel like people don't. I feel like these fans at horror conventions don't understand how much power they have to get their favorite underground artist or musician or filmmaker or novelist out to these shows. Really, it only takes a handful of emails or messages or comments when you see your local, Astronomicon is this weekend, and people are blowing me up, asking me if I'm going to be there. If you would be in the comments of every Astronomicon post this weekend, asking why Kevin Strange isn't there, or please book Kevin Strange at the next show, they pay attention to these. Let me rephrase that. Some of the promoters will pay attention to those things, and some of the promoters are elitist gatekeepers who will disregard anything their fans ask for and only provide them with what they want to curate themselves. And that's fine. That's no big deal. There are so many shows, so many conventions that happen each year. There are plenty of places for us to go. But you guys have to start campaigning to get us to these shows, or no one will ever invite us. Because believe me, I've put together several different iterations of email campaigns myself that we send out, asking for tables in exchange for screenings of our movies, or card game tournaments, or readings, or a seminar on uh, filmmaking, or a seminar on writing, or a seminar on uh, art and graphic design, or whatever. And we largely get ignored by the convention promoters. They do not care when we, as the underground artists, um, approach them. They ignore those emails. They don't even respond to them. 99%, I would say 100% of the time, but every once in a while, they'll send us a blow off email telling us thanks, we're full. Uh, Try again some other year. That happens occasionally, 1 in 100 times we reach out like that. And really, and I've tried to use a booker. I've tried to use a convention booker, and the booker has really. This was maybe 10 years ago. I hooked up with a convention booker, and she tried extremely hard to get me booked at a bunch of shows, and eventually emailed me back exasperated and said, "These people just don't care. They are not interested in having you as a guest, and I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste any more of your time and make you think that I can get you work, because I'm just not able to do it." And and I threw my hands up in the air after that, and I didn't do shows for several years, because when I go and I have to pay the same table fees and hotel fees and travel costs that the guy sitting next to me selling knockoff Freddy Krueger merchandise, and paintings and drawings, and whatever, memorabilia, or uh, all of these things. Those guys can make three, four, $5,000 a weekend. And so a few $100, $300-400 table in a couple hotel rooms is no big deal, because they're rolling in the cash by the end of the weekend, because they're selling whatever. The gimmick is, if Doug Bradley, the guy who plays um, Pinhead in the Hellraiser franchise, is listed as the marquee name, then everybody brings out the Pinhead and Hellraiser merchandise, and they sell knockoff bootleg um, uh, Hellraiser puzzle boxes, and they sell fucking Hellraiser obscure, Hellraiser toys that are no longer sold. They draw up pictures of Doug Bradley. They make elaborate oil paintings. I've got a good buddy out there on the road that I hang out with a lot, who does these big elaborate oil paintings of these horror icons, and marks them at, like, $1,200, and I've seen him sell multiple oil paintings, originals, at these conventions, when the subject of that oil painting was the was the guest of honor at the show or whatever. And that's perfectly reasonable and fine, but it doesn't. And so you ask, well, Kevin Strange, well, why don't you just draw Doug Bradley comics then? It's illegal. I don't have a license to do that. Oh, then get a license. Those licenses are extremely expensive when you do it the legal way, and most of the time they're just going to tell you no anyway. Last year. I contacted, or attempted to contact, Tommy Chong, to get Tommy Chong to sell me a license for him to appear alongside Nixon and Hogan as literally a guest star in a comic book. So Tommy Chong would have had to do nothing but get paid for me to draw his likeness in a comic book with Nixon Hogan, and Tommy Chong, and I was completely ignored. So even in the event that I do want to go the official route and purchase licenses from these big marquee, 80s horror icons, 99% of the time I'm just going to be ignored or told no, and that doesn't get my dick hard in the morning anyway. I live, breathe, and piss and shit Strangeville. It's all I care about. My original characters and my original universe, and I don't go to these shows to sell Doug Bradley headshots. I go to these shows to introduce new fans to the 20-year legacy of Strangeville, one of the biggest, most elaborate, and long running underground franchises in entertainment history. There's very few no budget, underground um, legacies like Strangeville with this many characters that are ongoing year after year through so many different mediums. And that's all I care about selling people. But the thing is, when you go to a horror convention to do that, you're going to make much less money than the guy next to you selling knockoff Doug Bradley headshots. That's just because people don't. If 25,000 people show up to say a horror hound Cincinnati, maybe 200 of those 25,000 people are going to stop and hang out and even want to learn what Strangeville's about. And I bring thousands of promotional comics and flyers, and I flyer the bathrooms at these shows. I go out of my way to try to reach as many eyeballs as humanly possible. But the thing is, when you're in a room and there's 600 vendors and 45 celebrities, it's hard to it's information overload. And these people put blinders on and go, is it Chucky? Is it Jason Voorhees? Is it Michael Myers? Is it Pinhead from Hellraiser? They just put blinders on and they just go towards the things that they recognize because there's 600 people trying to wave it in their face, trying to get them to pay attention to them. So I understand that I'm going to sell far less than uh, the guy next to me selling knockoff uh, horror franchise stuff, and I'm fine with that. I'm not complaining about the amount of money that fans spend on Strangeville merchandise. I understand that I'm a fraction of the. I'm a niche inside of a niche when I go to these shows, and that's perfectly fine. Again, this isn't a complaint about that. It's that I pay the same table fee and hotel fee that the dude next to me selling knockoff Freddy Krueger stuff is selling. He's making 5 grand a weekend. I'm struggling to, best case scenario, make 2 grand at a show that I'm paying out, 1,200 just in the just in the expenses to get to the show. Uh, and when I go to a show and we bring in $750, and you think to yourself, $750 for a weekend, that's a good take for a couple of days playing fucking wannabe celebrity at a show. And you're right, it's a fantastic time. But the problem is I've got over $700 in that show already, just to get there. And so all this is to say that by the time I make it by the time I struggle my way to the end of a convention season where I've ended up having to replace tires on the van, or last season I had to replace a starter on the van, and you have all these uh, expenses that you pay, travel expenses plus feeding everybody plus taking the time off work to get out there. By the time it's all said and done, some years I break even, and isn't that awesome? Isn't that enough that I have a career where I have a film career where I can go out and spend the entire summer and fall, spring, summer, and fall out on the road selling my art, and when I get home, I haven't spent any money. Isn't that a dream come true? It's absolutely a dream come true, but it doesn't happen every time. That's basically best case scenario. And worst case scenarios is we end up in thousands of dollars in debt because we do these shows and we only fucking make uh, $750, and we end up, we coast in with $1,000 already spent, and and we leave that weekend with $750 in hand after I pay everybody and buy everybody's food and pay for the hotels and everything. I'm $350 in the hole for the weekend. And these things can be mitigated just by these convention promoters uh, ex- exchanging a table and, God forbid, a hotel. They buy these blocks of hotel rooms and they give them to who they want to give them to. That's the fact of the matter is they want the ticket holders to buy the hotel rooms, and they'll sell out a block of hotels just from the ticket buyers. And then they also expect us, the people uh, working the show, to also pay for these hotel rooms. And it's supposedly at a discount rate, but these are, I guess, 5-star hotels that we're buying buying renting rooms at, and they're even at the supposed discount rate, they're outrageously expensive, and we end up horrifically in debt by the time we're done. And if they just gave it, traded us a table and a hotel room in exchange for us doing work at the convention, entertaining the ticket holders, the ticket buyers, the fans at the show, by doing screenings of our movies. I have enough movies that I could do an entire block. You could give me Saturday from the time the doors open until the time the doors close, and I could screen everything that I have. A Strangeville block of movies and short films, feature length films and short films. You could make a Strangeville room where people can come into the entire time the thing is open. I can do Q&As after each uh, after each movie's finished. And yeah, we can fill a 12-hour block on a Saturday at a show, or again a Strangeville Smoke Weed card game tournament. There are so many different or readings of my novels. There are so many different ways that I can give back to the show in exchange for those for that table in hotels, and they flat out refuse to even uh, entertain that notion until enough fans are clamoring to have us at the show. Then they'll start negotiating. And so this filibuster here, this Astronomicon weekend filibuster from Kevin Strange on the internet here, is not to throw shade at Astronomicon or any other conventions. It is a message to my fans and to the fans of these conventions across the country who want to see me appear at the show. You have the power. You control the narrative. You get to decide who the promoters bring to these shows and who they don't. Asking me if I'm going to be there, I would be at every show every weekend if it was up to me. The Ohio shows, the Chicago shows, the Kansas City, Missouri shows, the Kentucky shows, the Florida shows. I love them all. I would love to be at, and I do. I go into debt, gang, for the opportunity to drive around to these horror conventions and see you guys and entertain you and sell you these gnarly books and movies and comics and shit that I create. Uh, I want to be there, and it's but at the end of the day, it's up to you guys to get me there. Having said all that, that's my little piece here at the beginning. This is a marathon. This is an Astronomicon weekend marathon streaming event where we're trying to raise money for Strangeville this weekend, gang. And I did a 50% off sale on the website just for you guys. You could buy anything from hoodies, t-shirts, DVDs, VHS, comics. It's all 50% off. Strangeville Superstore.square.site. The link is in the description of this video. Uh, Come and hang out and enjoy this stream with me. We're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff here today. I'm going to invite some fans and friends on to hang out while I work on Space Worms pages, and we're gonna have a good old time. We already sold a bunch of shit today on the with the 50% off sales, so that's awesome. Switch over here. I'm gonna do a couple of things. I decided to do this show on YouTube because Facebook keeps canceling out the royalty-free music I use at the beginning of the show to kind of let people work their way in to the show once I start live streaming. I don't want to just start talking to nobody. Check this email here real quick. Right. Back to my tab here. All right, so I'm going to send out a couple invites real quick, like copy this, and I'm actually going to what that's about. Sorry, I'm answering more emails here. I'm going to send this as an email to myself. I can use my phone to invite my peoples to the show. Okay. Send this stuff out. Doing a marathon. And we're going to send this to a fuck ton of our buddies. Send that. Send that. Send another one. Running out of friends. Okay. We'll go here. This one. Okay. Couple more. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right. So, friends have been invited. Links have been sent. Let's get to work on this page. All right. So, Preston has been taken over by brainworms here. And poor Ethan is getting a space worm dropped on his face here himself. And oh, he's getting taken over by one as well. Got kinds of fun stuff to do here. Background layer. And the background texture layer. right, got a couple people saying they're going to hop in a little later, hang out with us. All right, now I'm going to take this little section here, grab that background. I'll make that a little thicker. That's looking good. That's looking good there, but we're going to turn it off for a second and do a little gradient work on that layer. Hop in the comments, gang, and hang out, talk. Definitely drop down into that the link in the description there and pick up some 50% off merch from the superstore. This is a Megathon telethon. We're trying to get Kevin Strange to Astronomicon. Trying to astral project Kevin Strange to Astronomicon. Let's get it done, gang. Okay, that looks better. Lovely. Lovely. Nice. Okay, we're going to background gradient the rest of panels on this page. And we're going to work on this for a while, and then I think we might watch a movie. We might watch a movie together, gang. I think I might do a little audio commentary over one of the hack movies. What do you think of that? What do you guys think of that? Okay. All right. Let's gradient here. I got a few things planned. You guys tell me what you want to do. I can bring the Nintendo Switch in here and play some Fortnite on the stream as well. I do have some sandwiches and some whiskey for later. If I get a little hungry or decide I want to tie one on. Got a little look at this little tiny quarter I'm ingradiating here. That's funny. Okay, that's all done now. We've gradiated the backgrounds. Is that the word? Is that the term? Gradiated? Created a gradient on all of the background now. So we're going to. This is still outdoors. This is still the nighttime scene. So as I've done in the past streams here, you guys have seen me create that night layer. Do that the exact same way. We've done it before. It is nasty weather here in Strangeville today, gang. It is. It's been raining since I woke up at about 6:30, and like not just raining, but like ridiculous, like aggressive, like super gusts of wind, and like not freezing rain to the point that's like creating like icy surfaces, but it's like super cold rain, and it's like blasting you in the fucking face. And when I went to leave this morning to go get everything that I needed to get taken care of before I could do this live stream, uh, I walked outside to my porch, and my porch door, uh, my screen door, is what we call it here in the Midwest. My screen door uh, was broken, like smashed against the siding of the house, and had been like smacking against. I don't know how I didn't hear it in here. Uh, that, that. And it didn't like tear the door from the frame, but it busted the door out of the frame a little bit, where there's like screws showing now that I'm going to have to get out there and unscrew and put back together, because now the door doesn't want to sit right. It's crooked, and now I have to like jam really hard to get it to shut. And it's all that from the fucking wind. The way my neighborhood is set up, we always get this wind coming east to west, and it just rips across my porch, and my poor fucking door just gets the shit beat out of it. Okay, gonna start doing my little stuff here. All right, pull this stuff out of the for the night layer. I like to blow out these eyeballs. Whoa. We are currently working on page 119 of 164, so we're really smashing our way through. This is definitely the that's better. The beginning stages of the climax. We're not quite at the climax yet. This is just an actiony scene here. Uh, Late in the second act, I would say. Not quite at the third act yet. No, it's definitely the beginning of the third act, but not the climax. All right. Going to create that shade layer and start laying in the illusion of depth into our pages here. I guess I could invite Ethan and Preston onto the show. I didn't think about that. The guys, the real life dudes that this book was inspired by. Search up Ethan, or search up Preston. He's good Lord. There he is. God damn. I'll fucking send it to him on Snapchat. Problem is, he never reads these things till 2 or 3 days later. All right. Back to hit that like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel. There we go. Okay. We're all shaded up there. Move on to the next panel. If you're just joining us, jump in the comments. Ask me any kind of questions you want. I'm an expert on fart theory. I'm an expert on how to astral project your bowel movements. Something just happened on the screen there. Caught it out of my peripheral vision. It's like somebody's breaking into my house. The wind is gnarly out there. right. Hit that link in the description. Get your Strangeville merch at 50% off. Them shits expires at midnight. After that, you're shit out of luck. We got John Brown in the comments. The legendary Hogan himself. That's right, sir. The one and only Hogan Hogan. Are you aware, sir, that Hogan's first name and last name is Hogan? He comes from a family of Hogans. His brother's name is Tony Hogan, and his name is Hogan Hogan. That is a play on the Mario Brothers. How can they be the Mario Brothers if one of them is named Mario and the other is named Luigi? They're the Mario Brothers. Then his name has to be Mario Mario and Luigi Mario. So I named my, in honor of that absurdity. I named my character Hogan Hogan. Nixon and Hogan do make a brief appearance in Space Worms, the comic I'm currently designing here. They make a brief appearance. They're going to be the stars of the next full length. No, I'm sorry, the next one shot comic I do, not the upcoming uh, exclusive webcomic I'm going to do when Space Worms is finished, but the next one shot comic that I'll be trying to sell to weed shops. It's going to be called Nixon, and this is I haven't explained this to anybody. John, you're the first to hear this. Exclusive news coming to you straight from Strangeville. The next Nixon and Hogan project will be a one-shot short comic called Nixon and Hogan uh, in the Wizard of Ganj, where Nixon and Hogan will be teleported to the 420 dimension and have to take on the Weed Wizard himself. So that'll be exciting. It's just a little quickie, probably a 22 pager, and it's going to be used to sell to weed shops, head shops, which is another avenue I'm trying to break into this year. Since we'll be absent most horror conventions, we're going to be sort of setting our sights or turning our attention to other endeavors in the Strangeville universe. I'm always on some bullshit, and this year's going to be trying to get us into weed shops or branding. Hopefully, they'll treat us with more respect than those dastardly convention promoters. John Brown says, "Fuck yeah." Nixon and Hogan are they are crowd favorites. I love them. They're my favorite of all the Strangeville characters. I've been writing and performing as Hogan, counterpart Nixon, for almost 20 years. We did the Dead Shit, the movie, in 2008. So it's 2023. 15 years ago, we created those guys. Figure out where the so if the lighting is coming from the left here, we are flipping this around the camera angle here. So the lighting will be coming from the right. Is that correct? Left here, and that's the left side of his body. No, this is the right side of his body. And when that flips, yeah. So I need to light is coming this way, so I need to reverse my shading to this side. I don't know how many of you guys are aware of this, but Nixon and Hogan have skits that appear on every Hack Movies DVD, and all of those skits were collected last year in a new DVD called Strangeville Home Movies, which documents a bunch of my early efforts, my early short films, and also includes the entire Nixon and Hogan short skit um, collection. And in those skits, they're always trying to watch one of the other Hack movies. It's a nice collector's DVD for hardcore fans. That's Strangeville Home Movies, and you can get that 50% off today only. Strangeville Home Movies and the rest of the entire Strangeville DVD collection at the link in the description below this video. Go to strangevillesuperstore.square.site and enter the promo code STRANGE50 at checkout, and you're going to get yourself a fat discount today only. That's why we're doing this marathon stream here. I don't know how marathon-y it's going to be. My back's already starting to hurt. Maybe I should fucking sit better in this chair. Give myself a little more lower back support. Am I I'm already fucking this up. That's fine, I guess. I tend to just always have the light coming from the left and the shading coming from the right because it's just easier. I don't have to think about it. Then when I flip camera angles around in the middle of a scene, an action scene like this, it fucks me up. I have to go back and change my shading several times, trying to keep us on track. Not that ultimately it makes much difference, I guess. I like to try to make things as coherent and easy to read as possible. And if you're we got a slew of new comments in here. Hey, we got Joshitsuo Montoya, fucking Nixon himself up in this mix. Welcome. John Brown says, looks awesome so far. I have I got something for you over here, Montoya. Got a little gift for you. I've been meaning to text you about it. We need to have lunch or something. One of these days, if you're free. So I can give this thing to you. All right. Do that all up like that. Okay. Come right along here. I try to keep these fucking. Trying to keep my hand, my right hand out of the shot. Otherwise, you guys are just looking at the back of my fucking hand the whole time. I try to set these, try to set this camera up in such a way that you're not just staring at my right hand the whole time. Montoya says, "Well, I'm going to get some 50% off swag today, so maybe we can get together soon." Yeah, I'll hand it off to you if we can coordinate that. That would be cool. Got a bunch of cool new shit there in the store piece. I don't know when the last time you checked it out was, but a whole bunch of cool stuff in there. John says, "Oh shit, I didn't recognize Joshitsuo Montoya. Man, I love you guys as characters. They have endured the test of time. That's for sure. I don't know what I thought. Of course, I thought that they were still going to be around in 15 years. I love making those guys. And the whole point of making all this art was for it to be forever and for it to be something we could leave behind and be proud of as we got older and less able to do this kind of stuff. And it still feels weird to be this far removed from it, though. 15 years later from that first appearance of Nixon and Hogan. And they're so fucking fun. I always tell that story about the first day of the day of the shoot of the first day shooting on Dead Shit. We were gonna have the characters be. Josh heard me tell this story a billion times. Um, we were gonna have the characters be like horror movie dorks, like convention nerds. And at the last minute, I was like, "No, man, we need to make them like wannabe gangsters, wannabe gangbangers." And we both were wearing hats for some reason. I always have the characters in the movies wear hats. I do a lot of hats in the comics, but not nearly as gratuitously as I did hats in the movies. But we were both wearing hats, so I had us cock the hats to the side, and we hadn't even we were literally sitting on set preparing, reading our lines, preparing to shoot, day one, and we hadn't even like we didn't know the voices of the characters or anything. This was really early on in the process, in the movie making process for us. Um, and Josh has been in. Have you been in? Were you in absolutely everything, Josh? You're in Dream Reaper, Dead Shit. Obviously, that's what we're talking about. Colonel Kill Motherfuckers. You're Colonel Kill Motherfucker. You're Cletus Choke in Stiff Jobs. Nixon and the Black Mage in Cockhammer. Nixon again in Nixon and Hogan Smoke Christmas. You didn't have a second role in Smoke Christmas, did you? It's just the only character you play in Smoke Christmas is just Nixon, right? And then Nixon and Hogan meet Satan. So yeah, are you the only? He says my Josh Itsuo says my Nixon voice is my best attempt at a Chris Tucker impression. Well, whatever it is, it's awesome because I still hear that Nixon voice in my head when I write the dialogue for the comic books. I still have that voice seared into my brain. I'm not. I think you and me are the only people that are in every single Hack movie. Is there a second person that's in everything? Because Katie's not in Dream Reaper and she's not in Stiff Jobs. And Thaddeus Starbuckle was in Dream Reaper, but then he's not in Dead Shit. He's in Colonel Kill Motherfuckers and Stiff Jobs and Cockhammer, but he wasn't in Smoke Christmas or Meet Satan. Yeah, wow. He says, "Yeah, I am the only cast member to be in all the films." John says, "Awesome." Yeah, the funny part. Well, I don't know if it's funny or tragic. The ironic part about you being the only person that's in every single one of the movies was how hard it was to schedule you because you were working a full-time job with kids um, when we made all those movies. And God bless you for always finding a way to make it work and make it happen. But it was like, why would I make the guy that's the hardest to schedule the guy that's in every single movie? Wow, what's the point of that? That's just how we do that. That's the ridiculousness, the absurd magic of Strangeville, I suppose, is how ass backwards I do everything. That's why I always tell people I can't make any more movies without our cinematographer Nick Head. He was so weird and did things so backwards and caused me so much stress. But I don't think I could do it without him. I don't think any of those movies he participated in would have worked without his uh, without his help. He did so much extra work beyond just holding a camera on those films, and people were, it's he's long dead, so unfortunately, R.I.P. Nick Head. So I'm not talking out of turn here or gossiping about somebody that can, is going to get his feelings hurt by saying this, but a lot of the cast members, did not enjoy their time with old Nick Head on the movies and would beg me. They would beg me to get a different cinematographer, and we did a couple of times. And every time we did it, uh, the movie turned out less stellar than I wanted it to. I was the cinematographer on Stiff Jobs, for example, and there are so many shots in that film I'm unhappy with because Nick didn't get to shoot it, and I mostly shot me and Johnny mostly shot Colonel Kill Motherfuckers, and that movie turned out okay. Uh, but the movies I'm most proud of, uh, Smoke Christmas and Cockhammer, are the movies that Nick was a huge help on. Let's save that. Josh says, "Because I would die trying to be there." I mean, that's the thing, man. That you're the most loyal. You and Nick were the most loyal dudes. Uh, Everybody was. I can't single you guys out and say you were the more loyal than there was a small group of you guys. The most fair way to put it would be to say that there was a very small group of you guys that would just make no excuses. You would be there to shoot those scenes no matter what happened. And I knew I could rely on you. So every time I went to make a new movie, it's like, okay, this handful of people has to be involved because I know they won't flake out on me and or cause drama. Or here's another question for you, if you're still there. Did we ever have drama on our set where people got into a fight or stormed off and left? I can't remember a single instance where anybody left a set, got into a fight with another cast member or with me or with Nick, left, and wouldn't work. Can't remember that happening a single time. And we made a bunch of fucking movies together. Now, there might have been some drama that you guys dealt with that I wasn't aware of because I was busy up my own ass trying to do my director stuff. And if that happened, tell me about it. I'd love to hear it. If there was ever any kind of weird shit that was going on a movie that I was unaware of. Can you think of any? This fucking movie talk makes me want to make a movie. Promoters probably still wouldn't pay me any fucking respect. They probably wouldn't play the movies. Some of us, I mean, we did play the movies a bunch of times last year, but it wasn't, we didn't do it in exchange for a table like the contract should go. People just played the movies as part of as part of like the film festival. He says, "I'll talk at you later, homie. Got to go visit Mama Montoya in the hospital. Later, tell Mama I said hey. Sorry to hear she's in the hospital." John says, "I remember when I watched Stiff Jobs, I thought it felt a little different from the others. I didn't realize Nick was the cinematographer and you had swapped roles." Yeah, unfortunately, I was the director and the cinematographer on that picture, and it definitely is different. It's a different vibe than any of the other Hack movies. It's a weird like crime prequel to Cockhammer, which is way more of a horror movie. Uh, but it is what it is. I came, I'm at, I came, became at peace. John says, "Thanks for your work, Josh." I very quickly made my peace with Stiff Jobs because it is such a crazy movie. There's so like that's what I consider to be my most extreme film, and some of the scenes in that movie we pushed ourselves way past the point of comfort, and I was like, oh man, we went too far this time. Like this is so offensive, this is so out there crazy. And so it definitely packs a hard punch, even though it's a little more heavy and mean spirited than the rest of the catalog. I still got love for it. Still got love for that Stiff Jobs flick. And that from that movie was born uh, Wingate and the fuck is his partner's name? I'm drawing a blank. It's can't remember my own character's name. Wolfram and Wingate. Those characters were born from Stiff Jobs, and they're two of my favorite characters. And in fact, they got the starring roles in Cockhammer Lives, the graphic novel. I brought back Wolfram and Wingate, and they got to have another adventure. After David Wayne Black, the guy that plays Wingate, he also sadly passed away, and his character Wingate was able to live again through the graphic novel form. and I love those characters. And I'm pretty sure that Cockhammer Lives was their send off. I don't believe we're gonna meet Wolfram Wingate again after that, but that was also first appearance of Cockhammer, which was a character I play that has also stood the test of time. He's been around and around and around, and there's much more Cockhammer to come. That character is far from gone. I'm working on the here's some more exclusive news for those watching this marathon live stream here. I'm working currently in development on the Cockhammer 3, The Devil's Dick script, which is a graphic novel that picks up directly after the events of Cockhammer Lives, the graphic novel. And we follow, spoiler alert, for those that have not read Cockhammer Lives, Parander and cousin Susie take over Hell after Satan's been defeated. And we pick back up where they left off. And have a lot of fun with those characters. Terrence and Parander are back. Obviously, Parander and Susie, cousin Susie's back. Cockhammer, of course, is back. It's Cockhammer 3. We'll finally get Black Mage from Cockhammer. We'll get a nice juicy role. We're going to expand his role in the Strangeville universe, which is exciting. All right, all of the shading is done, so we're going to move on to the White Slayer. And shine up these eyeballs a little bit. And add a little, oops. Okay. Add a little bit of motion in here. All right. How we got to do the motion thing. Kind of want to go. Works for me. But in the world, that's going to go. Something like that. John says, "Wow, looks great." There's a kind of a fucking weird way the backlight sort of and the camera interact with each other. It actually looks a lot better in person. It looks all right. We do our best. Okay, that's done. Now we just have to go in and do the highlight layer, and this page is complete. And I guess we can hit it with light layer. Real quick. There. Let's pull it in as close as we can. So that's going to hit there. Just a little bit. Okay. And then this comes from the bottom and the left. So we'll hit like that much. That looks good. And this actually, whoops. This is actually going to hit from the top. That. And so these are also from the top. That. And like that. I'm going to go clean that up. Light layer. Clean all those gutters up. Okay. That's looking better with that little illusion of light coming from the house, which there was there were a lot of establishing shots before this page that established that they're outside the house fighting in the yard. There aren't backgrounds here in these panels. There don't need to be. We already know where these characters are in space, and so there's no need to beat that dead horse and waste my time and the time of the reader when we all know where these characters are in relation to each other, in relation to the house. Throw in that highlight color now. Really pop these guys out from this night scene. And we've been working on this night scene every day this week. I've done a live stream, and we've been in this same nighttime fight scene. We're almost done. I think there's 2 more pages to this fight scene. And it's over. Let's throw some shading. I'm always refining the shading as I move around the page and do a little highlighting. Then I kind of see where I missed a little shading. Just kind of moving it around, adding little things here and there. Okay. Now that's a finished panel. Cerebral meat overridden. The worms have taken over his brain, gang. Very difficult to talk and draw at the same time. As I've said before on the stream, it's two different parts, two different sections of your brain. Trying to operate at the same time. Hopefully some of our dudes will pop in here and keep me company. Pretty soon, like I said, we're almost done with this page, and when we finish this page, maybe we'll watch Cockhammer and I'll do a live commentary over it. Okay. Tell you what, it will be nice to get out of this night scene because I've been doing the same color now for, it hasn't been that many pages, but each page takes a while to do, so it just kind of feels like you've been slugging away at the same thing for a long time. Same blues and yellows for quite a few days. It's a little redundant. It'll read quickly through the book. It's not like it's bad. Okay. That's a finished panel. It's stiff. The light's coming from the top. Bottom here is what's going to be shaded. That. That here too. And then all this is going to get lit. Gonna get lit. That. That should go the other way as well. Sean says, I've never been to the site. Do I have to do something to activate the sale or the price is already adjusted? Yeah, in your cart, when you're ready to check out, it'll ask you for a promo code. It'll ask you if you have a promo code. Put Strange50 in the in that promo code box, and it should discount your uh, total by 50%. Then you'll be all hooked up. Let me know if that works. If that doesn't work, that's a problem. If that don't work, we got problems. So let's go the other way. No problem. Let me know if it works. Let's see, even this goes the other way. Go. That. This like this. Okay, and then we go back to highlight. Throw it like this. And that looks better. Okay. We'll leave that in the dark. Okay, that's looking good. Save that. Move on to the hair piece. That's looking good. Shade it over here. highlight layer. We'll just leave it at something like that. There we go. This is why I don't do things on one layer, because sometimes I got to fight this, fight my brain. I like to do things backwards. Sometimes I have to lay the line down or lay the color down before I can see the mistakes I'm making. And it goes a lot better without having to, if I had to commit to the whole thing on one layer, it would just be a nightmare. So I believe that panel is done. We're down to 2 more panels on there, gang. Save that up. Saving is so, I'm going to take a drink of water here. Charge that Apple Pencil up a little bit. Take a little break. I got 2 more little panels, and then this Apple receipt. Oh, I'm out of water. I gotta go get some. Oh yeah. The P2 while I'm at it. I'll be right back, gang. Okay. Let's finish this up. John says, yup, discount code works. Awesome. Let me see if I got your order through here. I don't see it yet. You're probably not quite done. Check it out. Okay, we're going to finish up. Going to finish up the highlights here. 2 more panels. We'll be done. This. And throw some shade down there. Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Throw some more shade on here. Okay. Ethan says, "You'll never take me, you worm fuckers. I'm basically all cerebral cortex. You burrow into my brain and I'll fucking take over your mind." And then the very next panel, unfortunately, cerebral meat overridden. Oh, Ethan and Preston have been taken over by brain worms, gang. What's going to happen? What's going to happen next? This book is so much fun. All right. The page is done. I believe I started to talk about something. I didn't finish my thought, which is about 90% of the things I ramble about here. I lose track of my train of thought and just ramble into some other topic, which is what I just did. But saving is so vastly important when you're working on creative projects on a computer. Every one of these pages gets saved here on the iPad, but I also, as soon as I finish a page, I also upload that page to the cloud, to my cloud storage. Um, and that way, even if I'm out of my house and my house blows up and the iPad gets destroyed in the house, I still have everything I'm working on saved in cloud storage, and not just like the finished page. When I say like each step along the way, when I finish the inks, I save those to the cloud. When I finish the color flats, I save those to the cloud. The final page here, still with all its many layers, saved as a Clip Studio file up to the cloud. Then when I finish the whole project and I bust everything down to JPEGs to send off to the printer, all those JPEGs get saved to the cloud and the iPad. And I've always been a fiend about um, saving things, and I've never lost a project. And I've heard horror stories of people losing all their footage of, of like capturing their footage from tapes back in the day when they still used tapes, when we still used tapes to shoot movies, little mini DV tapes. You would shoot on tape, and then you would capture from tape onto a computer hard drive, and then edit your footage on a hard drive. I've heard horror stories of people discarding the tapes once they had the footage uh, captured over onto a hard drive, and then the hard drive failing and losing the footage of their entire film. or having a timeline built in an editing program, an hour and a half of the movie and many, many, many layers of editing, and have that crash and losing that file. Even back in the day, I would save those files in many places. I used to use thumb drives, USB drives, to uh, to save a lot of files in addition to saving them on the internet. I used to just email them to myself. I used to just email files to myself. Like when I wrote novels, those text files aren't very big, so there's no reason to save them up on a cloud storage. So every day when I would finish my chapter, or however many pages I would type, I would send that off to myself through email. I'd email myself with the files, and I never lost a novel. And I've been through several catastrophic hard drive failures where if I didn't have my stuff back up in secondary storage places, I would have lost lots of work. So I'm an absolute monster when it comes to saving files. Oh, that water is delicious. Okay, finished with this here, so close this out and switch the camera back to me for a moment while I set things up here. So I'm gonna do my due diligence here, save this file to the cloud, and then I kind of want to take a break before all my friends start pouring in here, and try to decide if I want to do a whole commentary over Cockhammer's an hour and 10 minutes. I don't know. I don't think I want to commit this early to something that long. So maybe I'll do commentary over Nixon and Hogan meets Satan. It's relatively short, and we can see where we're at after that. A little bit of a break from the comics. My next page going here. This. Check some messages here real quick. Okay. Got the next page set up here. Do a little commentary over a movie. I don't care. This is an ancient computer. Okay. Now I'm going to get this set up full screen, and I'm going to share the screen, and then I'm going to switch YouTube over onto my phone so I can still read the comments if you guys have questions about the movie while we're watching it. I'll be able to follow along. So let me do this. Okay. I won't even have to do that. Never mind. We're good. So we are going to, you guys let me know in the comments if you can hear the movie. We want to be able to hear the movie. And I guess that'll be the advantage of going to YouTube, because I'll be able to hear whether the movie's playing or not. Let me pull up the stream. So many Astronomicon attendees disappointed that we're not going to be in the building. I wish I was there. All I can say is I wish I was there. Okay. We're a little lagged on YouTube, but we're going to do a test start. We're going to restart the movie in a second. Let's see how lagged I am here. We're a little lagged on YouTube, but we're going to do a test start. We're going to restart the movie in a second. Let's see how lagged I am here. A little lagged on YouTube. We're going to do a test start. We're going to restart the movie in a second. Let's see how lagged I am. A little lagged. We're going to do a test start. We're going to restart the movie in a second. Let's see how lagged I am. A little lagged. Test start. We're going to restart the movie in a second. Let's see how lagged I am. A little lagged. This thing's just feeding back on itself. It's just feeding back on itself. I didn't hear the movie. Did you guys hear the movie? This thing's just feeding back on itself. It's just feeding back on itself. I didn't hear the movie. Did you guys hear the movie? Okay, we can't hear the movie, so we are going to do that again. This time do it right. It actually has a spot here for a video file. I can load a video file into this thing. Let's see what this does. minute here.
Alright, so I did all this crazy shit
course I
you
can
asked
hear.
me to do, Steve-O, but I still don't understand how making a star down here
We'll
in
let it play
my
for a second, and
basement
then
is
I'm
gonna
going to
get
check
us hella
the stream
weed.
again.
I may not be the smartest cunt to ever suck a cock, but I do know that if you want to be a drug dealer.
All right. Myself. I used to just email files to myself. Like when I wrote. Minute here.
So I did all this crazy shit.
Of course I
can. But I still.
Okay, we're going to get a guest here in a minute, and it's an appropriate film to be playing when he shows up. So we're good now. We can bring the sound down here a little bit, but yeah, we're going to get sound. So we're going to start the movie back from the beginning. This was the final film from Hack Movies. Nixon and Hogan Meet Satan. This is a short film that we shot directly after we shot Nixon and Hogan Smoke Christmas, much to a lot of the crew's complaints. You do too much, Nixon and Hogan. The indomitable Katie Dearest and the always game Devlin Wilder here doing the heavy lifting in this scene.
Don't question my methods, bitch. This ain't no star. It's a pentagram.
It's a pentagram.
I'm not buying my drugs off of no more shifty-ass drug dealers that probably snitching to the feds, marking their prices up so high that I can barely make a profit off that shit.
I barely make a profit off that
Raise
shit.
the devil from the butt crack of hell, so as I can make a deal and get as much cut of me and smoke weed as I can sell.
We were firing
smoke,
on all
fucking
cylinders by this
knitted
time.
hats, burn as incense, feed to my 12-ass motherfucking bastard children. Now go give me those papers I downloaded off the internet. You're wasting my time, trick-ass bitch.
You gonna use some incantation you got off the internet to raise up Satan himself here in my basement? How the hell are you gonna convince the Lord of the Darkness to give you free weed for life?
Human sacrifice, bitch.
Well, I only see you and me here, and
everyone was so locked into how to play Hack Movies characters for me. I barely had to
fuck that shit. I ain't about to sacrifice no devil.
You got a better.
I barely had to teach these guys the like inflections to do these characters. They could just sort of feel their way through by this time. We had made so many movies together, and we had done so many of these characters that I really didn't have to coach them along. Like normally, we'd get ready to shoot, and they'd learn their lines and everything, and then I would sort of go through the lines with them, and I would tell them where, like, trick ass bitch. I would do things like that on set so that the actors would know where to inflect, where to do the funny inflections and stuff, and how much I wanted them to overact and overreact to things. And by the time we got to this one, man, it was easy, real easy. These guys knew exactly how to bring these characters to life, and Katie and Devlin did such a fantastic job here with these two characters. Just I almost brought them back in a comic book this year because I love these characters, Steve-O and Shaniqua. I love them so much. I keep trying to find ways to bring them back, and I think they are going to have a cameo. There's no reason that they shouldn't have a cameo in Cockhammer 3 because almost the entire book takes place in hell. So.
Run around doing all this bullshit for your ass, and you finna sacrifice me, the devil, in my own motherfucking house? I'ma bust your ass. I'ma feed your ass to Satan, motherfucker. Give me that incantation.
What you doing, bitch? Give it. What? Who the fuck is that? I told you not to invite anyone over today. How am I supposed supposed to kill you with a bunch of witnesses around.
Oh shit, Steve-O. I think that our sacrifices just showed up in the form of my stupid ex-boyfriend and his butt-fuck lover.
Man, Hogan, you better not cock-block me this time, man. My fucking ball sack piece hurts way too bad, man. I need to fuck this Shaniqua bitch, or I might.
I need to fuck this Shaniqua bitch. The only complaint I have about this movie is that I didn't do an exterior of Shaniqua's house before we cut into the interior, and it kind of makes the movie feel a lot smaller because it cuts immediately into the basement. And then, believe it or not, this is not an exterior. We shot this whole short film in the same house, and this is a weird bricked in breezeway with like a screen door at this shooting location, and it looks like they're outside. So fuck it, it looks like they're outside. Works for me.
Just die right here.
I just wish I would have got
I don't think it's
an
healthy for a
exterior
man your age to go more than 30 or 40 minutes without busting off a nut piece, dog. I mean, why don't you just jerk your Rodney like a normal dude?
Man, fuck
as
that
if
shit.
as if this
I
is
ain't doing
normal.
that shit no more. I watched this episode of Maury Povich today that said men are 50% more likely to die of cancer of the ass if they whack their little pud whackers, man. Fuck that. My grandpa died of cancer of the ass, man. That shit ain't pretty. You have no idea. Man, my mama in the end had to take her daddy's asshole and intestines and pull that shit all the way out and lay that shit all the way across the kitchen floor and hand clean them bitches on account of how the cancer fucked him up. Fuck that. I ain't jacking off. I'm fucking Shaniqua's ass, man. And you better not fuck this one up, bad boy.
Man, dog, I ain't trying to fuck nothing up, dog. I just want to get mine, you know. I want to fuck that asshole too, dog. You keep saying Shaniqua's gonna let me all up in there to break one off, but she don't let me, dog. What's up with that?
What's up with that is you can't just go up to some bitch with your dick out, waggling that shit in her face, talking all about, Shaniqua, I'm in love with you, Shaniqua. Suck my dick, lick on my fat deformed testicles, Shaniqua.
No, fuck that shit, dog. My mama, she be saying my balls are just a little above average for a dude my size.
Man, what the fuck? What your mama doing looking at your balls for anyway, Hogan? Damn, Shaniqua, what you got going on in that crib piece, man? Some kind of toga party or some shit? Hey, man, listen, I was wondering if I could go ahead and bust a nut off in you real quick.
I was wondering.
I'll come around back, incognito style, 3-4 pumps. I'll be out there. You won't even know I'm in there.
Man, Hogan, what'd I tell you, man? Don't be getting all up in my trim.
Calm down, Nixon. We'll go inside. I got enough ass here for the two of you. Let's get comfortable.
I'm not sure if I consider
I'm not
this
sure if I
comfortable.
consider this
I'm not
comfortable.
into this bondage type shit, Shaniqua. I'm more of a hands-on fella myself.
Yeah, we like our hands free so we can get our little fingers up inside the buttholes when we do our fucking, right, Nixon?
Hogan, man, listen. I am tired of you running around talking about we fuck the same. We do not fuck the same. And just because you be sneaking up to my bedroom window watching me fuck, taking notes like it's some kind of pop quiz in a science class, does not mean you're in the same league with me when it comes to fucking. You're not.
Man, dog, you know I got a late start in the lovemaking department. I'm just trying to make up for lost time, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all two bitches need to shut the fuck up. Steve-O, get the fuck down here and get this shit started. The fat one's starting to stink. And listening to them talk is worse than listening to my grandfather whispering dirty talk in my ear when he used to fuck me back when my parents were at the bar.
Oh, what a coincidence, Shaniqua. My granddaddy, he did the very same thing when I was a kid. I can really relate to that on an emotional level.
Hogan, shut the fuck up, man. I don't think she tied us up for sex games. I think her intentions are a bit more on the side of heinous. And what the fuck is motherfucking Steve-O doing in your house, Shaniqua? I thought you dumped his ass.
No, I dumped your broke ass, Nixon. A girl can only take pain for dates herself so many times, only to wind up getting fucked in the ass afterwards before the thought of going to the movies makes her shit her own pants. Now hurry up, Steve-O.
What's up? Yeah, we're doing a little hack movie
so
stream here. Andrew
dark
Marble,
nasty
star
these two inbred
of Colonel Kill,
when he's
motherfucker.
done, I'ma mount their heads
Nicholas,
on
the
my
Dungeon
fucking
Master himself
mantle.
up in this
Holy
piece.
shit, they finna summon Satan on our asses, Nixon. I blame you. This is all your fault.
My fault? Motherfucker, all I wanted was a little piece of ass. Anybody would have done the same in my situation. Now Satan's gonna suck the fuck right out of my soul piece.
It's time to raise the devil. Oh, dark Lord, who art thou in hell? I, Steve McQueen, do hereby summon your warrants from the dark bowels of betwixt the buttcrack to Hades. Bring your damn self up to the surface world, you prince of evil. Show yourself the old Steve-O. Lucifer, I'm calling on you. Bring your ass up here and give me my piece of drug pie. Beelzebub, I command thee! God damn it, Shaniqua, are you sure you bring it out in the right directions?
Me and Josh Yitsuo's childhood friend Jimmy here.
Oh, great Lord of darkness, I summon thee to ask a favor that will benefit both yours and my interest. A favor that...
No, Doctor. They're your sacrifices. Kill them. Don't kill me. No. I didn't even want to summon your ass. I'm sorry, Dark Lord. I'm sorry.
Holy shit, Satan! Why'd you blow those two losers away?
I get bored of all the summoning, you know? Sometimes I like to change it up a bit. Keep you goddamn humans on your toes. After all, I am the king of all lies, correct? I can't have you running about thinking I just appeared at a beck and call to serve your petty human desires. What kind of devil would I be if I did that? I'd be a bitch devil.
I'd be a bitch devil, that's what I'd be. Do I look like I have a fucking...
The motherfucker in this spirit. Now to dispose of you to choose.
Whoa, Satan, sir, you don't need to be killing us. We ain't nobody.
Yeah, what kind of pleasure could you possibly get from killing two half-retard stoners like me and Nixon? I'll admit it was kind of ironic that those two went to all the trouble to summon your ass, only to be blown to pieces immediately upon your arrival. But me and Nixon, man, we was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Give me one good reason I shouldn't microwave your fucking brain pieces like I did your little friends.
Cause we can smoke your ass under the table.
What?
Dog, what are you talking about, dog? That's motherfucking evil incarnate. I don't think smoking down with him is the appropriate action to take in this situation.
Trust me, Hogan. Yeah, Big Bad, I know you be liking contests and games and all that shit, so I got a contest for your ass.
Oh, I'm going to love this shit. What kind of contest, Nixon? What are the rules?
I bet you are eternal souls that I can rip a bigger bong hit than your ass.
Motherfucker, I invented weed. I've been smoking gone since time began. No, fuck that. Since before time began. I'm as OG as OG gets in this bitch. Beelzebub!
Now hold on just a minute, motherfucker. Before you start getting all cocky and shit, I ain't told you what we get in this motherfucker if we win.
Please, you win? This is French. Seriously, this is like the best time I've had on a server since I got the Jews to kill Jesus. What, if I may ask, do you get if you win, Nixon?
We get a lifetime supply of motherfucking Colombian smoke weed. That's what.
Oh, smoke weed, huh? I can grant you anything on this planet, and the only thing you two idiots want is some weed to smoke. I'll tell you what, since I like you, and don't think I don't like you, Mars. No, I've been watching your dweeb asses run amok in Strangeville for years. I've seen all the fucked up supernatural shit you guys have been wrapped up in. I'm a fan, for real. I'd love to see you two bumbling around against the forces of darkness for a long, long time to come. So I'm going to give you both a chance to outsmoke Big Daddy T. Starting with you.
Oh, dog, I don't even like bongs, man. I'm myself, or blunts to be exact. Man, bongs, they always fuck with my fragile lung pieces, man. I sing in the church choir on Sundays, and that shit always drops my voice down at least an octave.
Do it!
Oh, fuck me. Light that motherfucker up.
We somehow lost this bong.
Oh shit, man. Good job, Hogan. Impressive. I give you that shit, man.
What's up?
I might
What's
not even
up?
have to hit that shit.
What's up?
Give
Can you hear
that
me?
shit.
Yeah, we're watching Nixon and Hogan try to outsmoke the devil here. Stuff was so hard to
I'm high as
choreograph.
fuck
We
off
had
that contact.
I didn't test out the smoke machine, to make sure it could do all this crap before we started shooting. I literally had just in the middle of the, we shot everything in sequence. So everything before this we shot. Then I was like, okay, get out the smoke machine. Let's make them all, pretend to.
Oh, you heard a dog say
Smoke
said they
weed.
like this, man. Maybe if we
It
offer
was,
double team as Rodney, they'll let us go.
This
I
is
ain't
one of
taking
those
no
days
comes out,
that
though. I'm gonna
Nick
look
Head
at
wasn't
all
on
that shit.
set, so I didn't have him to
No,
spurg
man,
out
man, we don't
and
gotta
create
suck
all these
Satan's
effects
cock,
for me,
man.
which he normally did.
Got this shit.
I had to
Told
do
you,
them all
trust me.
myself. And it
All right,
was,
dog, but if we end up
trying
in
to
hell,
direct,
man, you gotta find
act,
my ass, dog.
direct,
I still
star
call
in,
her back
and
with my
then
mama
choreograph
sometimes.
the
I got that
effects.
fear of abandonment
It was
ever
an
since my
exhausting
dad
day,
left us
but
all them years ago.
we got through it.
Man, you really think I'm gonna challenge the devil to
Where
some
did y'all
contest
film
that I
these
didn't
at?
think I could win?
This was just
Watch
in a buddy's
this
house,
shit.
in his basement. It's actually his camera we shot on. He had an HVX 200, one of the first high definition camcorders on the market.
So this is some kind of like a movie marathon stream.
No, I'm just playing this one to give myself a break. I was drawing pictures before
okay.
this. I was giving myself a break from drawing comics.
I get you.
It's a whatever we want to do stream. I'm trying to raise money on Strangeville Superstore.square.site. 50% off marathon stream.
It's inconceivable! You two won't get away with this! Mark my words, Nixon and Hogan, I'll fuck the both of you! I'll fuck you!
I love how you put that music in there.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my god, dog. How the fuck did you do that shit, man? That shit ain't humanly possible what you did with that bomb and shit, man. What the fuck?
Man, I learned this here ancient technique from an old-ass magical shaman that I visited down in the hood of South Strangeville, whereby you open your chest cavity and you let the smoke cycle down into your balls, which have normal elasticity, allowing you to take rips off a bong 10 times the size of a normal man, and apparently bigger than Big Bad himself.
So who was playing the devil there?
That was me and Josh's childhood friend Jimmy. We went to high school with him. He was always like, "Give me something, man. Let me do something." And I would always forget about him when I was casting movies. And he only ever got to do 2 things for me, but he got his nice big fatty
skeletal remains over here, so I can
role
bust
here,
one
which
off in
he's
her
he's
skull
very
piece.
proud of.
All this bud smoke
His,
swirling around in my balls made me
He
need
did
to
a good
bust
job.
harder
He
than
did
ever.
Satan for me in this one.
All right, dog, but
In fact, it's his performance as Satan here that I always use in the there it is. A short, quick piece for hacking.
So like I told you, what you need to do is Nixon and Hogan meet Dilbert.
Right.
Am I still there?
I hit the wrong button. I meant to take that in the stream. Yeah, Nixon and Hogan meet Dilbert would be interesting. There was actually I saw this cartoon my friend sent me. That was like a group of cartoons all like sitting around like they're in a like a group therapy session, and it was all characters of cartoonists that have been canceled over controversies. It was Ren and Stimpy, Earthworm Jim, somebody else, and Dilbert was walking in the door like as the new controversial cartoon character, which is hilarious because there's nothing controversial about Dilbert at all. It's a boring ass fucking comic. But I was thinking like yeah, Nixon and Hogan should be in that room. Controversial cartoon creator room.
Yeah. So what did Earthworm Jim get canceled for?
I mean, it's just Doug being Doug. It never got like Earthworm Jim as a series was it was like the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s. There was a TV show, Earthworm Jim.
Yeah.
There
He
hasn't been
wouldn't.
an Earthworm Jim video game in years and years and years. So when people say Earthworm Jim's canceled, there's literally nothing to cancel. They just don't
Yeah.
like Doug because of his political and social commentary on
Yeah.
Twitter. Really, it's how everybody ends up getting canceled, saying something on Twitter. Twitter really is and social media in general really is such a liability for creators. There's really no point in us being here because every single word that comes out of our mouth could be used against us in a court of public opinion.
Yeah.
It
Well,
really
that's
is
why
like
you need to smash the court of public opinion and just go all out like Mr. Dilbert is doing.
I guess
Although
I tried to watch a Scott Adams stream a couple of days ago. Like every time I've ever tried to watch one of his streams, I was like, this dude is so low energy, boring.
Yeah, I looked through his Twitter. I also don't think he's that conservative. I think he just kind of came out with this latest kind of outburst, but it doesn't seem to really be consistent with what he's usually
He's
doing.
so cookie cutter, milk toast, boomer conservative. It's like
Yeah.
he's left of Fox News, but still calls himself a conservative.
Yeah,
Just
those
safe
people like that are like the freaking bane of my existence because they end up ruining so many things for the right because it's like, okay, we're actually trying to do stuff, but then all these other people in positions of power on the right are just like they're gonna come after you harder than the freaking left will. That's what I hate so much. It's like they think that they have to appease the left by sacrificing their uh, far more right of center friends, and it never gets them anywhere. I don't get how they're so blind to it. But most of the cookie cutter boomer conservatives, like what you're saying, they're I don't know how to say it other than that they're out of touch. They kind of grew up with that like dinosaur media, and so their opinions are still formed by Fox News and even CNN, whereas everyone else is kind of freer to an extent to look at other stuff, and they've not really bought into the colloquialisms that everyone else has from the older generations. At least that's how I look at it. Not that the far right's perfect, because I don't agree with everything, but it's just so annoying seeing people with the like most normie opinions are the ones who will come after you the hardest. The normie conservative opinions, not even the lefty opinions. It's like you kind of expect it from them, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's always been that way. I've always known that to be the case. I've tried to warn people like our buddy Jeremy that nobody who calls himself a centrist is ever going to have your back.
No.
They're always going to err on the side of public opinion, wherever. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're always going to be. It doesn't matter if it's right or left. It's just whatever. Because back in the '90s, the popular position to take was a conservative position, but not a hardcore conservative position. It was in the '90s. Things were much closer together. Pretty much everyone was center in the '90s.
Yeah.
It was either center left or center right, and there was really the only thing we debated about hardcore was fiscal policy, and maybe if you really got crazy at like me and my buddies used to hang out in an IHOP in town because you could get you get an endless cup of coffee for $1.05, and they would let you. Well, when I say they would let you, like we like went to high school with most of the waitresses, so we were just like hanging out with girls we went to school with. So they
Yeah.
didn't give a shit that we would sit there for you know 5, 6, 7, 8 hours some nights debating weird political topics and social topics that most normies back then didn't. You didn't talk about any of this stuff. Nobody talked about any of this stuff. You talked about the new funny Adam Sandler Chris Farley movie, and you talked about sports, and you talked about music. And the most heated debate people would get into back then was whether the band you liked was a sellout band or whether they were still cool, man. And that was like, I mean, the like politics was so beyond. Like no one under the age of 30 gave two shits about politics, but there wasn't really anything to give a shit about other than, like I said, like fiscal policy was like the most hardcore that politics got. So you could, you could fucking argue about that if you really wanted to, but it was so boring. And you could go back, you can go back and watch like, if you go back and watch like a Ross Perot, Bill Clinton, and George Bush Sr. have one of their debates. It's like three accountants having a debate about how much money to spend. And it's because in the 90s we had all the money we needed. Everything, all the social programs were funded. There was really nothing to be concerned about. Really, it was the left and the right pretty much got along on almost all fronts, and that's where you can grab some of those quotes from the Clintons and even Obama at the beginning of his uh, not necessarily presidency, but when he first hit the public scene, the kind of stuff they were talking about was pretty much the same. The kind of stuff they were talking about would today be considered far right extremism, because the left has taken the culture in such a bizarre far left direction. But
Yeah.
I don't want to sit here and talk about politics on my
Nah,
street.
I don't know either.
People that are a lot of people that, well, basically I use Strangeville as an escape from all that. We're sitting here talking about CNN and Fox News. That's literally what my people are here to avoid. So
Yep, that makes sense. I'm tired of it for the most part. I'm ready to kind of get lost into some of my interest for several months and not even talk about politics because, gosh, it can seriously enter your personal life.
it sure can. It's like I said, it's like just getting on the internet and saying anything. It's like every word you say can and will be used against you in a court of public opinion. It's
Yeah.
like, geez, why even bother?
Yeah, I know. And the thing is, I guess what kind of annoys me about it is that, like, you're not, if you're going to create, you're going to think about this stuff because you're not just brain dead. And again, I'm not saying that people are smarter for thinking about this stuff or anything like that because they're not. It's just where you tend to focus your mental energy on. But you would think that some of these people literally want you to not think, and that's what baffles me. It's like, yes, I do want to avoid the politics, but at the same time, all these people are like, okay, you can't even think in this direction, or we're going to throw everything we can at you in a kind of evil manner, which I don't want to get too much into what's been going on with me recently, but it's like, you almost just wonder if the average normal person would rather have you be completely brain dead. And I know that almost sounds like a teenager-ish position, but it's like
No, there's a lot of truth to that, and but I would say most normies want you to just not talk about anything because they're so scared. Normies are so terrified of the same things we're talking about, like even questioning the mainstream tech overlord, transhumanist, fucking, cyberpunk dystopian world we live in. Like, you can't question it. You have, because the consequences are so dire. Like, when you
They
see
are.
things, happen to the creator of Dilbert, it's not just happening for no reason. It's happening, and the things that you show me, um, you know, the reason that the media likes to jump on those stories so quickly and so feverishly is because it's all a warning to the normies. Don't think outside what we tell you to think, or else.
Yeah.
And that it hasn't always been the case. There used to be very divergent opinions about things, and there were no like social consequences to having those
Yeah.
opinions to things. Like I said, when me and my friends would have these conversations in IHOP, we would be debating whether or not poor people should receive welfare. We were debating abortion. We were aborting. We were debating gay rights. We were debating all those issues in the '90s before anybody else was bothering to even think about that stuff. But the reason that was so thrilling for me and my friends, not only because no one else was bothering to have those conversations, but there were no like bad consequences for it. These were all like mental exercises. You were trying to figure out like what is like where is the where does morality where does the true morality stand on these issues? And
Yeah.
as I was going to say, as kids in the '90s, we were trying to figure out. We were trying to philosophically debate. At the time, the religious right was dominated the culture, so we were trying to figure out ways philosophically uh, to come to the same conclusions about what is right, without having to say, "Well, it's right because the guy at church told me to." And what's funny is that's been lost on future generations. When we removed religion from the culture and moved super far left, somehow the culture took that to mean, therefore, anything you learned in church, it's inverted. We live in this inverted Luciferian fucking cyber transhumanist culture. So the today we justify why the opposite of what morality has always traditionally been is true. So
Yeah,
killing
and
babies
the
is the
consequences are like,
highest.
I was
Oh, go
going to say,
ahead.
now the consequences are like far worse than what it would have been when the religious right was in power. And again, there's a
That's something that people don't like to talk about either. Is when you disagreed with these things um, back in the '90s, when there was a when the right was in power and they were oppressive and they were trying to stop Marilyn Manson concerts from happening in the Rust Belt. There were when I went to see the first time I went to see Marilyn Manson in 1999. There were probably half as many Christian protesters out front as there were kids in line trying to go in and watch the concert. And at the end of the day, there wasn't anything they could do about it. They
yeah.
were just begging us not to go inside. Like, the worst consequences we had for going to a Marilyn Manson concert, when it came to the power the power of the right and the religious right, was that they could publicly shame you in front of a building and then never talk to you again.
Yeah.
And the consequences today are so much more dire for standing against the things that are considered um, morally just, which doesn't make any sense to me, because I don't think they're attempting to be morally just. I think they're purposefully being anti-moral
I mean, yeah, they're being
on
malevolent.
purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, on purpose, and then justifying it, But I don't know. I don't know if they even ever. I don't know if they even try to pass it off as being like morally justified. They just want to do it because they want to do it.
There's that, but then they also want to throw around buzzwords like Nazi or something, so that in that way they can morally justify it because of course everyone has to be anti-Nazi, therefore we're just going to label them as Nazis. And again, that's a kind of 2016 talking point. Things are a little different now, but that's you'll still see that a lot. They'll always kind of make appeals to right-wing authoritarianism being something that as a society we have to like avoid. But no, okay, so like even though I do have hangups, disagreements with like Jeremy on particularly like degeneracy in art and media and even other things, like I'm not just like kind of like a radical freedom dude, just to be honest. There's still a part of me that's like, okay, I actually do want to still be able to think for myself. And although I'm not going to take like one of those like super kind of libertarian positions, I still see value in being able to have an actual diversity of opinion. Because again, like I'm the type of person who was reading freaking Answer Me and Jim Godin and all that in college, and
Right.
I mean that I think that kind of can help you, not necessarily that something wrong can help you, but just living in a world where there's not a kind of authoritarian system beating you over the head to kind of think a certain way, even if I'm not going to stand up for like the other people who are wrong that I do think are wrong. It's more, I don't know. I think it's kind of like what you were saying with the difference between the authoritarian right and the left, because for me, I've only ever known the authoritarian left.
Right.
And so I can't really even conceptualize how things would have been with the authoritarian right. But I guess what I'm trying to say is with like the other side, the left side, they're so much fiercer than like what you said the right would have been. So there's not. I'm babbling. It's been a long day at work. we can talk about cool stuff.
From my perspective, that's how it was, and it's hard for me to. It's really hard. I've lived through both. I've lived through an authoritarian left and an authoritarian right. And I was a teenager when the right was in control, and so I was fighting very vehemently against the right, and I was doing everything I could to justify moral degeneracy and all that stuff. And I, I'll give you an example of something, and I may have told you this before. I know I've talked about it before. When I was in high school, there was, and I'm not saying this was a proud moment when looking back on it, but it was when you're a teenager, especially you're a teenage boy, you want to push the boundaries of authority and see where the breaking point is, where they're going to say, enough is enough. You're disrespecting us and pissing us off. And I wanted to see where that line was. I wanted to see how far I could push it. And so in high school, it might have been my senior year in high school. I think it was. There was a Bible study group that met every morning in the library. And my friend and I decided it would be hilarious to invade the Bible study and declare ourselves Satanists and tell the teacher in charge that religious freedom allowed for us, if they could meet as Christians, then we could also attend these meetings as Satanists, and there would be religious double standards if they denied us this. And you see this kind of crap still happening in the culture today. But we thought we were geniuses coming up with this back in the 90s, and so we crashed one of the Bible study sessions, and of course it went about how you would think it was, where everybody was just like, "What are you doing here? Like, this is ridiculous." And a couple of the kids were mad enough that they wanted to debate us about religion and stuff like that, and it got a little heated. But for the most part, everybody kept their cool. Nobody got into a really bad screaming match, and the teacher did literally nothing. When we walked to the door and we were like, we're Satanists and we belong here too, the teacher was like, okay, sit down over there. Didn't give a shit that we were there and knowing that we were just there to fuck with them and that we would get bored. And we never went back. We never went back to the Bible study to fuck with them anymore because it was so like limp wristed. Their response was so weak and limp wristed that we almost felt bad. I talked to my buddy later on, and I was like, I don't really feel like that was what we thought it was going to be. Like, I don't feel like we did anything like really rebellious there. I feel like we just interrupted some people trying to have a meeting, and we were bullying them. And he was mostly in agreement with me on that. We never went back. And so now imagine today, when you're saying you've only ever been privy to the left being in power, to the authoritarian or totalitarian left being in power. Imagine the same version of that, where there's a meeting of like a trans inclusionary. Is that a word? Inclusionary?
Probably.
Trans inclusive meeting, in the morning before school. And you crash that meeting saying if trans people can meet here, then so can so can cis people. Can you imagine the type of hysteria that situation would create?
Oh, dude, back when I was in college, someone graffitied, I think it was either all lives matter or it's okay to be white on just a wall somewhere. And it freaking made the news. People were like going crazy about it. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is. And again, there was another incident where a dude on my dorm did a kind of stupid thing because there was some kind of Black Lives Matter thing, and this dude showed up to it dressed up as a gorilla carrying bananas and a noose.
Oh my god.
And so yeah, there were cops and crap there when I came back to the dorm, on that floor, because he was one of my neighbors that I'd never actually really talked to him. And the funny thing was, we had a mutual friend who was black, and the black guy thought that it was the funniest troll ever, which I'll never forget, just the irony there. But yeah, no, it quickly becomes, okay, no, we're actually going to call cops on you. We're going to do whatever we can to you that's, pretty brutal. Because again, the thing is,
and not only that, but your lives are forever, ruined. If they were able to dox that guy, they would, follow that guy around for the rest of his life and hold him accountable for a dumb, college prank that was designed to, ruffle feathers, just like what me and my buddy did at that prayer group. And the fact, it's just I feel like it's a different, it's a far different playing field. And again, that it goes back to my point that that normies just encourage you to just keep quiet.
Yeah.
Whether you believe in this stuff or not, you shouldn't have to be quiet. And kids should be able to test the boundaries of authority, but the authority is so strong, and the consequences are so dire for today's generation that nobody, why do that?
Mm-hmm.
The consequences are you could ruin your entire life.
Yeah. The way I go about it is I literally don't care. Like I'm gonna never really stop what I'm doing. It's just kind of how I am. But
it's
kind of good to be in a position where so there's all kinds of crap going on with me right now, and some of it's even made mainstream news, which I think is kind of funny. It doesn't really actually affect me. In fact, the effect has actually been good, because I'll be joining a church body that I've actually wanted to join for a while. But it's just kind of crazy to see, because again, back when the right was in power, and I mean, full disclosure, I would love the right being in power. I would probably be in those groups, kind of heckling the trans shows or the Marilyn Manson things. Not necessarily that I go crazy about it, because
Well,
again,
there are no Marilyn Manson things anymore. He's been canceled by the left, which is ironic,
that is
considering he
freaking
was able to,
ironic.
considering everything he was able to do to the right during the '90s. He was BTFO by a bunch of girls,
Oh gosh.
in the by a bunch of woke girls, just annihilated. They'll never be the same.
That's crazy. Maybe that's what he gets for messing with the guitar player, the John 5,
Yeah,
where he was like kicking him on stage or something. I remember that.
yeah, he was abusive to all his bandmates.
Yeah, he
That's the
he
thing
did
is
kind of.
Manson's a dick. Manson's always been a dick. It's no surprise to anybody. Bunch of girls coming out crying, he's a dick. Yeah, you knew that. You knew that going into it. Don't
Yeah.
act like you didn't.
But
Everybody knows the guy's a dick.
yeah, but again, I don't really go too crazy about it, because I mean, I still listen to a ton of like heavy metal and stuff like that. I honestly, I kind of advocate for a kind of centrist, again, not centrist, because I will always still say I'm kind of more radical right. But I think a big problem that the evangelical right, at least back then, had was that they got a little bit Judaizing about certain things, in especially in regards to music, because again, a lot of these people want to just outright ban heavy metal, or they kind of want to fetishize purity, which, yes, being pure and sinless is great. We're not going to be sinless, but the point is, they take it to an extreme a lot of people don't take in terms of art, because again, you can go, I've seen people go freaking insane about it. Like a good essay for me was from reading Father Stephen, I can't pronounce his last name, Damick. Basically, he was refuting this dude who was, he's an Orthodox guy. He was refuting these people who wanted to basically ban all fiction other than like children's fiction, because we can't, apparently you can't like portray darkness or whatever in stories. And yeah, the people who do that are like Judaizing weirdos, because again, they end up condemning Christ, who told stories about freaking murder and stuff to get his point across. But again, I don't think the answer is complete all out like libertarianism, where they're just like, okay, if it exists and it's super harmful and degenerate, I'm going to just ingest as much of it as possible. It's like, yeah, that's kind of unhealthy, because there are bad things. It's like, you don't want to just be like, okay, something's completely messed up and dark and perverse. Let's just suck all of that into my brain. It's like,
Yeah, I've been there, and it creates a pretty unhealthy mental environment.
it
Durlock
does.
says another Kevin Strange comic coming. Hopefully, I loved your first couple of comics, man. Yes, sir. We're working on Space Worms. Kevin Strange's Space Worms, the brand new graphic novel, 164-page tome here. A big boy, big thick boy, and
Yeah,
should
so
be done.
you're writing stuff about like intergalactic worms and stuff. Then you've got these people like Wrath James White, who will write like all these stories about necrophilia and just like the most disgusting things imaginable, where it's like they're freaking playing out these basically like violent sexual fantasies. And it's like, that ain't cool. I don't want
What
to
I've
read
always
that.
found funny about that crew, the hardcore horror crew,
Yeah.
is they go out of their way so much to overcompensate their
Now get.
uh I completely lost my whole train of thought there. I just looked down at Durlock's next comment. The thing is, in my experience, there's no such thing as true sinlessness. That's true.
Other than
Uh,
Christ, we can't be
they,
sinless. Yeah.
they go out of their way to say like, oh yeah, we write depraved fiction, but in real life, we're actually the most morally strong human beings on the face of the planet, and that becomes so tiresome. It becomes so tiresome to see
Yeah,
like
you
these
go.
people. Like I remember that there was a time and it it struck me as so awkward. There was a guy, I can't even remember his name now, and it doesn't matter. But an older guy. I would say he was in his late 50s or early 60s. But he wrote some really depraved Bizarro back in the Bizarro days, and
Hmm.
he was at Bizarro Con that I attended, and I saw him sitting in the back of one of the panels I was attending, and there's only like 30 chairs in those rooms, so the rooms are pretty intimate. And I look back and I was like, hey, I've read some of your stuff, that your shit is perverted as fuck, man. And I wasn't saying it in a bad way. I was just like I didn't realize that he was an old guy that was writing that stuff because the stuff he wrote was pretty extreme. And the look he gave me was just like, how dare you call me out for that? I wasn't doing it in a way to be like, what a pervert. But the guy wrote some depraved, perverted stuff.
It
And
what didn't happen to be that Santa Steps Out dude, was it?
what was his name?
Robert Devereaux or something?
I think it was that guy. How did you know that?
I'm freaking good.
Have I told that story before?
No, it's just you said old guy who wrote depraved stuff, and he was really stuck up and thinking that he's like some kind of moral genius. And I'm like, yeah, that's Robert Devereaux because he wrote a basically porn novel about Santa that got published back in the day by Leisure Horror. And it wasn't a horror novel, and it was very messed up and depraved. But then, of course, back when Deadite Press was doing their thing with they're basically taking the Leisure lineup and
Yep.
republishing them. They had Brian Keene and a couple other Leisure people, I think, and he was one of them. And I'm just like, immediately, because I read an interview with that dude, and it always struck me how the dude's writing freaking Santa porn, Santa, Easter Bunny, and Tooth Fairy porn,
I have
and
also written Santa porn, so I'm not.
and you're not acting like you're some kind of freaking artistic genius.
I'm
Because
not sinless in this endeavor.
yeah, and I'm just like, dude, like, why are you acting like freaking
He
highfalutin here?
really
Because
did.
again,
He seemed so like offended isn't the right word. He seemed so like bothered that somebody like me would be talking to him. Like he was above even having to have a conversation with somebody like me.
yeah, he kind of came up because again, he started talking about when he was like in a writing class, and he would talk about the was it Jacobins, Jacobin? I don't know how you pronounce it, but he talked about them for his kind of like inspiration to write dark stuff. And I'm just like, dude, they weren't writing Santa porn. Get over yourself. It's like you can't look at all this crazy stuff that was written in the whatever and be like, okay, I'm going to continue that tradition with Santa porn. It's like, you're not. I just don't get how a lot of these, again, that goes back to the thing about writers. So many of them are just lame.
Yeah, it's funny. I was watching me and one of my buddies. We really like watching Rick and Morty um, together because we talk about the animation and we talk about the out there sci-fi stories that they tell. And there's always so much. Like every episode is packed with so much crazy stuff. And we were here. We had just finished watching a set of episodes, and on some streaming service, and I saw that beneath the episodes was a like a meet the writers kind of a thing, like behind the scenes videos with the writers. And we started trying to watch these interviews with these writers, and they were just so pompous with their explanations of what these really silly, like debased, depraved storylines. They were trying to make it sound like this was like high art, and trying to make Rick and Morty as characters sound like they were these like really profound, like this profound relationship between these two characters. And it's like, no, it's just goofiness. Like, why are writers so pretentious? Why can't they just accept that when they write goofy shit, that it's just goofy shit. It doesn't have to be anything more than that.
I'll tell you what it is. It's because most of them, again, I'm not going to go too crazy with it because I don't. Sometimes people they'll go on about like IQ stuff. It gets on my nerves a little bit, but it's like they want to act like they're freaking building a rocket with all of their stuff, and I feel like it's almost like insecurity. It's like,
no, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's this like writing is kid stuff, so I have to make it sound like it's this profound adult experience. Otherwise, my academic buddies won't take me seriously. I'm
yeah,
a lowly
exactly.
fiction writer, and I have to make it sound like my shit's deeper than it is, or my academic buddies won't take me seriously.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's really lame, and that's why so many of them are the most sanctimonious in terms of being lefties and just freaking going after you for being right of Reagan, or in their case even being where Reagan is. But
Yeah, I never had a good experience with the right-leaning writers either. There was a time, hey, we got an order in. We got a new order in. The marathon continues. The sales keep rolling on in. John, are you still around? I never did get your. Did you place that order, or are you just window shopping? What's going on there, buddy? I never received your order. The order that just came through wasn't from you. The link in the link in the description here, gang, for Strangeville Superstore.square.site. We're having a marathon session tonight, trying to raise money to Astral project me to Astronomicon. I don't know if you've seen my ranting today, Zach, but I've had so many attendees of this weekend's Astronomicon convention, horror convention, pop culture convention out in Detroit, Michigan, which is I sucks that I'm not there because there's an entire Clerks reunion with Kevin Smith, Jason Mewes, the guy that plays Randall, the guy that plays Dante, and several more. Joey Lauren Adams just got added from Joey Lauren Adams was in Mallrats and Chasing Amy. She's the star of Chasing Amy, and I don't know if I don't know if she's done a ton of cons. So they had this fabulous Clerks reunion, and I guess it's just kind of a Kevin Smith. Well, I guess you call it a Mallrats reunion. Oh yeah, because Ethan Supple, the big fat dude that was also. Did you ever see the Butterfly Effect? The movie The Butterfly Effect.
Yeah,
man, wasn't that a crazy movie? That movie goes in such dark places.
Yeah.
But you remember Ethan Supple from that movie, the fat guy that has like the crazy mohawk? He's like the crazy goth guy in that movie.
It's been so long since I've seen it.
He's also
I
have
saw
you
it
seen
as a
Mallrats?
kid. Have I seen
Have
what?
you seen Mallrats? He's the guy that stares at the painting and can't see this ship or whatever that's in the painting.
I saw it. I saw part of it when I was little, but I've not seen the whole thing through, so I don't remember.
Well, anyway, there's this huge Mallrats reunion there, and that's cool. And I didn't get an invite. I didn't even get an invite to buy a vendor table, which I have no interest in doing anymore because I lose money every time I do it. I need to be an invited guest at these shows that I attend. And anyway, Astronomicon's taking place this weekend, and I've had so many Astronomicon fans disappointed to hear that I'm not going to be there because they met us. They met us there last year, and I decided to do this stream today to highlight the fact that it is not in it's not in my power to decide which of these shows I'm going to get invited to as a guest, and the fans need to contact these convention promoters themselves, and the fans need to let them know that they want me there because the convention promoters straight up ignore me and disrespect me because I'll contact them. Of course I will. I contact them myself. Closed mouth don't get fed, motherfucker. And I absolutely email these conventions and say, hey, trade me a table for a seminar, trade me a table for a screening, trade me a table for whatever. And they won't even show me enough respect to email me back. And
yeah, they just
so
want your money.
Exactly. So, well, and this in the case of Astronomicon, they didn't even send me an invite to pay the money to be there. They just straight up blew me off, which
Hmm.
is ridiculous. So I decided to do this stream in protest, and we are. I'm doing a 50% off sale on the site to astral project my consciousness to Detroit, Michigan this weekend, so that I can be there in spirit with my fans, because there ain't no other way I'm gonna get there.
Dude, one of the two cons that I went to sell books at, I ended up talking to the dude from Clerks for a long time. And I think he kind of wanted to talk to me at that particular point because I didn't know who he was and I wasn't geeking out. Like to me, he
Right.
was just a freaking, because I hadn't seen Clerks at that point. He was just some dude. I did end up knowing him from Brutal Massacre because I saw that one. But I wasn't like going, oh yeah, you're some kind of celebrity. We just kind of talked, but he was a pretty nice dude. Very
Yeah, you're
down to
talking about
earth.
the guy that plays Dante.
I think so. Is he the main one that works there? He's
Yeah,
got the goatee. Yeah,
yeah. Brian O'Halloran is his name.
yeah. He's pretty cool, dude. But yeah, I ended up talking to him for a good little while there, but man, I always didn't like going to those because I never sold books.
It's hard. It's tough. Well, think about it. Writers have the rep of being absolute pretentious fuckbags. Imagine
Yeah.
being a fan trying to just be like, "Yo, man, that fucking Santa shit was nuts," and Robert Devereaux being like, "You don't understand.
Dude,
This is highbrow art. This is
oh,
intellectual
okay. I'm gonna tell you a story
intellectual
about
satire."
freaking John Russo. And again, John Russo, I'm not saying this to really gossip about him, but it's almost like a story of just how not to act to someone who is a fan. Like, okay, he's pretending that he is taking, like, okay, so this is before the show starts. Uh, and he's setting up his table, like, the books and other merchandise that he has, including, I think there was like dirt from the set of Return of the Living Dead or something.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, I know. But I mean, that's really bad. But anyway, okay, so he's setting up his books, but he's acting like the way that he's looking at the table, like there's a method to it. Like this book has to be here, that book has to be there, and blah blah blah. Well, anyway, this dude who apparently is a big fan comes up and he just shrugs him off and he's like, "Can't you see that I'm busy laying freaking books out on a table?"
Laying books out on a table.
Yeah, I mean, again, he acted like the way he was doing this, there was some kind of like artistic way that he was structuring the table. I'm just like, what the heck kind of nonsense is this? And then later on during the show, because I was sitting right next to him because at that point I was published with Burning Bulb and he was one of their authors. And
Oh yeah, actually that's funny because the last time I saw John Russo, I also saw who's the not Rich Bottles, who's the guy that runs Burning Bulb?
Gary.
Gary. Yeah, I saw Gary there, and I realized that that's he's the guy that always brings John to the conventions.
Yeah. Yeah, so he
What's
brought me
funny?
to one.
What's funny about that is there was a show recently that I think it was Gary. It was either John or Gary or both of them called out this convention for doing the same thing to John that they do to me, where they wouldn't even sell him a fucking table to the show. They just straight up blew him off and acted like he was nobody. And I'm not the biggest John Russo mark in the world. He is what he is. He does what he does. I don't have any problem with him. But the fact of the matter is, this convention promoter was just being really disrespectful to him in the same way that they're disrespectful to me. And they actually got called out publicly for it. That particular convention got called out publicly for it, for being shitty to John Russo. And you could say, I would not argue with you if you said he deserved that kind of treatment, but that's neither here nor there. Like I said, I don't have a skin in the game when it comes to John Russo. He's never treated me poorly, but he's he gave me a free signed poster one time. I went up to him, was talking to him, telling him how much I love because Return of the Living Dead for me is one of my favorite horror movies. I think it's so fun and so cool.
Oh yeah,
And
it's a great movie.
and I was trying to trade him, or not even trade him. I was just trying to give him a copy of Cockhammer. I was like, here, I want you to have this stuff. This is my stuff. You've entertained me your whole life. And to his credit, he said, listen, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm never going to look at that stuff, but I'll give you a free signed autograph poster if you want. And I was like, okay, whatever. Good for me, I guess. Some people would, if I was a pretentious fuck, writer douchebag, maybe I would have gotten upset by that. But I really, honestly, I let most stuff go. I take most stuff in stride. I don't expect people to kiss my ass.
Yeah. No, that's kind of how you have to go at it, especially with a day. I guess now you're not really doing fiction or movies as much, but in a day when kind of people don't really care about it like they did at one point. Everything else is kind of, it seems like social media and clout chasing actually ends up getting more notice from people than actual art does, which it's so weird to me because I notice, again, I'm on right-wing Twitter quite a bit, and basically all these people who do get ass kissing a lot, I mean, they do. The thing is, they don't actually create anything. That's kind of what I find kind of strange and sort of dismaying about the current age. And it's like, I kind of wish we could go back when no one had the internet and they just had bookstores and, physical media. Because at least then you're actually building a culture around things and art rather than cult of personality. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword because on one hand, the publishing industry, and you can call we'll just use a big umbrella term like publishing industry, but we're going to include the film industry, comics, novels, whatever, because the cost of printing was so printing and distribution was so outrageous. You pretty much had to have a publisher in order to get your stuff out there into the world, and so the gatekeeping of what was considered, professional work and what was considered amateur work, the gatekeeping was so much harsher back then. And I totally agree with you. I believe that people spend the majority of their time playing phone games and reading social media, and they don't care about. Well, I definitely believe that people don't care about movies and entertainment the way they once did. The majority of people. Now, having said all that, we live in an age where I can draw this comic book digitally on my iPad and publish this comic book myself and use crowdfunding and techniques and everything that I do in order to get this published and printed. And I would have never been able to do this on my own without a publisher years ago. I probably would have never been published because of where I live. I just don't have the type of industry connections that it would take to get published. Now there's a small comic book culture in St. Louis. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Do you know who Jim Lee is? The guy who used to draw X-Men. He drew like the most famous X-Men cover of all time. And anyway,
I think I've heard you talk about him.
Jim Lee's from St. Louis, and he made his connections for the industry with St. Louis people. So he was able to take all the necessary steps in order to become ultra famous. He's one of the original founders of Image Comics. And look, it's Katie Dearest. I asked her to come onto the show, not make a comment on the show. Hold on, I got to tell her how to do this. I mean, she's listening to me right now. So, Katie, just join the stream and turn your camera off. So you can it'll be your audio and that little picture, that little deer in the headlights rape baby picture you've got there as your avatar. It'll just pop up like Zach here. Zach isn't in the stream. She says, I don't like the way I look right now. You don't have to be on the stream in a physical capacity, in a video capacity. Just come on and talk to us. Her kid, the whole time we talk, her kid's gonna be like, Mom, do I have two toes on my toes? Mom, what about my fingers? Are they toes? But she'll be fun to talk to either way. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So anyway, Jim Lee was able to make it work. Coming from St. Louis, he was able to work his way into the professional industry. But it's it's a double-edged sword in that we live in a time where there's literally no gatekeeping, and you can publish anything you want at a time when no one cares.
That is true, and
you can put out all you want, but nobody gives a shit.
Exactly. That's true. But then also I noticed that a lot of the guys from that era, they're very pretentious about industry connections.
Yeah.
And it's like, I remember reading a David J. Scow interview once, and he kind of derided self-published writers. And on one hand, I totally agree, because he was making fun of like people who would fly the author flag, saying that they're an author on Facebook when they're obviously not doing it, full time and making a living. It's kind of like, okay, it doesn't mean anything to actually be a full-time author anymore, because everyone can kind of just pretend.
Yeah, it's totally performative. I've always said that the writing, the Bizarro writing community is just a bunch of amateurists. They're a bunch of hobbyists that pass themselves off as somehow being professionals. Those people aren't professionals. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I don't know what that was.
What is that? There's somebody yelling outside. What the fuck is that?
It's a freaking ghost.
I live in the ghetto. It could be anything. It's probably a crackhead.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. It sounded creepy.
Wow.
It kind of came across as more high pitched and stuff on the audio on my end, but no, that is kind of funny. It's like, now we can do this, but as you said, no one really cares, and I kind of still hold out hope. I'm like, I think one day I'll be able to do it full time. Who knows? But that's kind of the dream that we all chase.
Durlock says, hey, Kevin, I lost your comics in a fire. The one with Wolfram and Wingate from Stiff Jobs. Is there a way to buy it again? Yeah, that was Cockhammer Lives, the graphic novel, and you should be able to buy it because I should have copies available. Unfortunately, I'm sold out right now, and they're very expensive to reprint. So I will hopefully be able to, with the funds we raise from the Space Worms campaign, I'll hopefully be able to raise enough funds to reprint that book. It's going to cost me hundreds of dollars. I don't think it's dramatic. In my head, I think I have to have like $650 to do a run of that, but that doesn't make any sense. Let me do the math here real quick on my phone.
I think it's about
don't talk about how much they cost. That's nobody's business. That's why I'm going to do it on my phone in secret. Hi, Katie.
Hi. And anyways,
welcome to the show.
Trust fund babies. That's what Bizarro's filled with.
Yes, true. Go ahead and talk.
Yeah, that's a good way to put
it. You and Zach can talk all kinds of shit on Bizarro while I do this.
I mean, the thing is that they're not risking anything by doing what they're doing, because they already have either mommy and daddy's money to fall back on, or something that's more important that they already do. So they can sit there and take 2 years to put out a short story, and it doesn't affect them in any single sort of way.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that's so annoying about a lot of them, is the fact that they didn't put out stuff. There were a couple who were pretty prolific, but then there were so many of them who they would posture as being like industry professionals when they barely put out any actual work. And granted, some of them edited a lot of other people's work.
Right.
That doesn't, again, they kind of act like editing is something more than it is. Which, okay, yeah, you do have to be able to be a good editor, and I understand bad editing and good editing, but the freaking editing was bad. Like there was
Exactly.
freaking
That's what I was gonna say when you were. Yeah,
yeah,
it's not the
there's
best editing job
typos.
either.
Yeah,
It's weird because some of them are really well edited, and the same editor will do a terrible job on other books. It's like sometimes they care about what they're editing, and sometimes they don't.
Well,
But
it's all a
that's
popularity contest. They're editing the people who are like their best friends better than they're editing some Joe Bob off the street who's like, "This is my first story. I'm really excited. I want to do it." And they're like, "Oh, I'll edit it for you." And then they know that there's no repercussions if they don't edit it correctly because they're not someone that's already ironclad into the little mob group, you know.
listen to her. Listen, spit that game, Katie.
Katie spitting.
I spit and I never spit. What are you talking about?
Uh-oh. You're gonna make Zach blush.
All that blood's got to rush somewhere.
What's going on with you, Katie Bug?
Nothing. Shit.
I am
I just got out of the shower, so I look like washed over dog puke. So I told Kevin,
Okay.
I'm like, I can't get on a video call. It's not my face.
Zach never shows his face. So.
I did one time on a couple of quiet places ago where I think it was the stream where we somehow got 20 likes, and I was like, okay, for every like, I'm gonna do a shot. And
Yeah.
somehow my face ended up getting on there. I don't know what made me want to click the camera on, but
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
gives
we
you courage.
can definitely do that tonight. Hang on a second.
I've got the Woodford. I ain't gonna put the camera on though. I'm freaking. I don't know. Even though my job is sedentary, I end up at the end of the day greasy. I don't.
All right,
Just
this is
sitting there
the game, gang.
working 8 hours.
Shit.
Oh, it's a game now. Oh, could have
This is
rules.
the
I'm not
game.
good with rules.
For every sale we make on the site, for every sale we make tonight on the Megathon, the Strangeville Megathon, to astral project
Megathon.
Kevin Strange into to astral project Kevin Strange to Astronomicon. For every sale we make, I'll do a shot of American honey. How about that?
Man, why do you like that honey whiskey so much? Like, there's another stream you had. You had the Evan Williams honey, and
It's the country song. He's obsessed with the country song, so he drinks the same whiskey from it. You know, they go
Definitely
American
not.
honey.
Definitely not that. I don't know, man. Everybody has their taste. I don't like beer, and I like hard liquor, and this goes down smooth. I really like the American honey.
I'm
gonna
drinking
take a little-
Woodford Reserve.
I'm going to take a free shot right now, but for every sale we make tonight, I'm going to hit that American honey.
I'm even having a glass of wine. I'm pumping it.
Oh, good. Woo! All right. So, yeah, Katie, you would not be, I'll put it like this. You would not be surprised how many people from Astronomicon have been hitting me up today, telling me how disappointed they are that we're not there. And it pisses me off because we didn't even get invited. And I've been telling them all the exact same thing. You go to the show and you tell Mike, hey, invite those guys back to the show. We want those guys here.
I told you, we made a lot of fans down there in Detroit. Like, there are a lot of people that.
Oh, I'm so disappointed
Want
that
your
we're not
shit.
there because so many people want us there today. Oh, it's a fucking bite in the ass.
Yeah, I was looking at your Facebook post about it. I was saying there's plenty of people on there that are like, what? You're not coming? No, we
know.
can't come.
I wish I could. I tell everybody that all the time. I would be at every horror convention every weekend if they would just fucking invite me. The beginning of this stream, when I was streaming by myself, I did a 20-minute rant about these horror convention promoters and how they don't invite Strangeville to these shows. I wasn't disrespectful. I was being point blank, a matter of fact, talking to the fans about how much power the fans themselves have when it comes to convincing the promoters to bring us onto the show.
Well, we love to be there for them, you know. I mean, that's why every time we go, we bring that Strangeville energy. Like, there's always tons of people hanging around the booth that keep coming back just to talk to us,
and that want us there year after year. They're not satisfied with meeting us once. They want the Strangeville experience every time they go to the show. And you know better than anybody, Katie, these promoters ignore our emails. We have come at these promoters from so many different angles, trying to explain to them that we'll do a screening, we'll do a card game tournament, we'll do a block of, we've got enough movies that we could do from open to close on Saturday. One room could be the Strangeville Marathon room, where we do nonstop back-to-back pack movies, and I can do Q&A between each one of them, and we'll fill up a 12-hour fucking day. But these promoters treat us...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Anytime we've had the opportunity to do a Q&A, we keep people laughing for like an hour. When we're sitting there talking to them.
Absolutely. And
we have so many stories.
The thing is these promoters treat that like they're hooking me up. Oh, you want a whole room to do your movies? Well, that, it's like they want to charge me extra. Well, first of all, they never even give me the opportunity. I won't say their name, but we were trying to talk to one of the convention guys, one of the convention promoters for a show we did last year, telling him, like, we'll do, we can run a seminar on independent filmmaking. There's so many indie filmmakers that go to your show. Give us the opportunity to do a seminar on indie filmmaking. And the motherfucker straight up said, people don't like that at my show. No thanks. It's like, God damn, nothing that I do is good enough for these promoters. So it's up to the fans. The fans themselves are going to be the only people that are going to convince the promoters to bring us to the show. Because, like, straight up, Katie, there's no way I could have afforded to be at Astonomicon this weekend. There's no way.
No, I know.
I physically do not have the money right now to do that show. To have invested in that show.
It's an 8.5-hour drive from where we are, which already puts us just gas money. You're already in the hole for that.
Hundreds of dollars
table
already.
Cost, hotel, couple days, like that's at least $1,000 off the top of the head right there. And it's not that we can't sell stuff to make it back, but it's just not really with everything that you've put into Strangeville and the amount of products and merchandise that you have. It doesn't make sense to be that much in the hole to be at one of these places when there's plenty of like local opportunities and things like that too. And it's not that we don't enjoy them or their convention or the people that are there, but it's just not feasibly possible. Right, exactly. We love being on the road. Like the road is like our blood. Like we put blood, sweat, and tears into every show we do to make sure that every fan that comes to our table is excited to see us and get something new. If you're one of the only people that shows up to every show you do with something new to hand to the fans, and they know that.
Look how good that looks.
I'm not looking at my phone. Hold on, let me turn it on. Yeah, she got some nice nips on her, pointing up. That's fucking awesome.
Zach, what do you think about all that? What, Katie?
About all the show stuff? Yeah, what I'm thinking is I need to eventually get to do a show because I enjoyed it a little bit when I did it. I don't think that when I did actually do the shows that I had a real, because again, I was a freaking teenager. So I had no clue what my dang like brand or anything like that was. I mean, I was just showing up and being like, hey, you want to check my books out? And no one would ever check my books out.
It's all any of the writers do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it'd be a little bit different now because I've got more, I could kind of ham it up with the Protestant folk peasant character and go dressed up like a monk or something, but do something cool like that. But there's not, I'm going to have to get more books out right now because, again, all my other stuff's out of print and I've only got Fall 10 and the other one out. So it's going to be a little while before I don't want to show up there and just be like, oh yeah, I've got 2 books out. Like, I want to have a bigger bibliography again.
You'd be surprised how much.
Yeah, it's a lot more your attitude when you're at these conventions than the amount of stuff that you have to show them. You know, if you can go to these conventions and
Thanks, Andrew.
really just become friends with them and everything like that, like pull them in and let them know that, like, yes, you're putting stuff out. Yes, you're into what you're doing, like explaining it to them. You could really make a lot of fans that way.
Yeah, I'm good at that thing because I remember there's a lot of people I talked to at the shows that were actually like really, awesome. And at least I would keep a connection with up after, for a little while after. I mean, it's been years now, so I obviously don't know any of the people anymore. But I mean, I still know them, but I'm not in contact with them. But
you live pretty near Knoxville, don't you?
Yeah, about 40 minutes.
Yeah, we did one show in Knoxville last year. We got invited to another one. Yeah, there's a lot going on, especially in the horror scene. There's a lot going on in Knoxville.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I remember I saw a picture of your Knoxville show, and you were actually like in a picture with this girl that I went to high school with, who she kept trying to date. Yeah, she kept trying to date me and stuff, and I would never date her.
You should tell her you're booked.
No, I'm gonna stay away from that one. But I was just like, hey, Kevin's near that girl. It's kind of weird.
Kevin's taking pictures with weirdos.
Well, I mean, almost all our fans are weirdos, but we love them for it. So.
Well, yeah, I'm a fucking weirdo. Andrew, jump on if you want to. You're more than welcome to jump in here and hang out on the show. We can do a little. We can do commentary over another movie. I did commentary over Nixon and Hogan Meet Satan. We could do a commentary over Dead Shit if you guys want to. Katie, got you here. You're in it. Andrew, you're here. If you want to jump on the stream, we could do a little commentary over Dead Shit.
Dead Shit, my most prolific role.
Oh, you were in that?
Only for like a split second.
She's the blowjob girl.
They go, rhubarb.
Katie had to prove to me that she wasn't going to be a flake meister. So I gave her a very small role, and then she proved it, and she got big roles.
I came in on Cockhammer and smashed that shit. I did most of the wardrobe for a bunch of that.
Oh yeah, no, you got props for life. You were that is the performance that not necessarily performance, but your behavior on that movie ensured that you were going to get work with me forever after that.
Yeah, in the asbestos building.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that the warehouse in
it was a mausoleum.
Cockhammer. Yeah, it was some old rundown place. Like, there's no special effects we did to that place. It was just that rundown. When I'm like tied up on the mattress in the back. That mattress was there when we got there. Who even knows what happened on that damn mattress? Murders, horse, like, yeah, all kinds of stuff. Anything you could think of under the sun happened on that mattress that we got tied up and thrown on.
Andrew says,
Not
give him
to
a few
us,
minutes and he'll jump in. That's cool. Do you still have a few minutes, Katie? What is your timetable looking like here?
Yeah, I got a little bit. I got to figure out dinner here soon. I still haven't done anything with that.
Oh, I know. You're precious Princess Katie. You've only got a few minutes a day. I can. Happy to have you on the mega stream, the astral projection to get us to Astronomicon. We haven't had a sale in about 10 minutes. If you're watching, click the link in the description to the Strangeville Superstore. That's strangevillesuperstore.square.site. 50% off everything right now. We're cranking the sales out. I'm gonna have a busy weekend packing and shipping all this stuff, but I'm doing it for you fans because we love you. And
the way that you need to do it, you need to get it in multiverse mode like Jeremy does on Quiet Place, and that would really kind of get the excitement going and make everything weird.
Tunnel us into oblivion.
Yep. Dude, I ain't gonna lie. The first time that we did that, it was freaking weird. It was like, I think it was because it was new, but like I did freaking like come out of that feeling like, what the hell just happened?
It was a pretty surreal experience. It was pretty weird.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
With you zoomed in on that girl's nose, it kind of looks like a dick and balls. Like you're drawing. It's just a little guy. You could like ding it.
Like mine.
Yep. Kevin knows what's up. Nothing.
All right,
Barely.
I'm doing a free one. Okay. I think this page is done. Let's look it over.
Didn't you have to? Are you just doing all the details, or is something going or speech bubbles there?
It's there. You just can't.
No, I meant the other ones down on the bottom. Other side.
Again, it's there. It's blown out.
Oh, okay, okay.
It just blows it out when we get down here. All right, there's Andrew.
Who's blowing who?
Who's blowing who? Katie's blowing
Kevin's.
everybody.
No, it's Kevin. He's the mastermind. He's the master of this all. So
The master of the baiter.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me look this over. I think we're done with this page. She says, "What the fuck, man? Did somebody dose me? This hangover sucks worse than the one I got the time I convinced my girlfriend to snort date rape drugs before we double teamed that foreign exchange student with elephantitis of the dick.
Oh, I know those sentences.
My holes have never been the same."
I may have said that in a movie almost exactly.
All right, I'm going to switch cameras. I'm gonna play producer here real quick. Hang on, switch cameras. Okay, hello everybody.
Remix.
Hi everybody.
Ah, it's terrifying.
And then we're going to go to present a video file, and then we're going to put dead shit in there.
Fancy.
And hang on. Now we gotta. There it is.
I can't even tell you how many times Kevin threw up during the filming of this movie.
Well, that's exactly what we're about to talk about. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and drop off. I ain't had any dinner yet.
All right. Thanks for hanging out.
No problem.
Talk to you soon.
Talk to y'all back.
Bye.
All right, here we go.
Press the wrong button.
He doxed
He just-
himself.
He just showed us some forehead.
You got him on camera after all.
Yep. Screenshot.
I've been doxxed now. All right. Talk to y'all later.
See ya. All right, guys, tell me if you can hear the audio on this. Should be able to. It shouldn't be a problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
I remember that house.
The porch looks like it's about to collapse.
I still draw it exactly like that in the comics. I think that's actual weed. Because there was a stem on there.
Yeah, I think that might have been some of the fake stuff, or it's something you used just for the rolling scene. It was definitely tobacco and all the giant stuff you guys are puffing on.
Stuff we smoked, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure what. And no, you know what? I think that is. I think one of the cast members, I won't call him out by name, but I think he brought over some like CBD weed, some like fake weed that was like legal at the time.
Yeah, that's what we used in Colonel Kill Motherfuckers too.
Yeah.
Was the fake weed.
There you go.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That's exactly how you. I told you Kevin was sucking on the dick. See?
We had old Josh Itzuo on here earlier. He had,
Oh, no kidding.
Man, how
Yeah.
many times have I told you not to be sitting out here rolling fatties on the porch? That weird ass old neighbor dude of mine, Don DeWepe, is always staring out his window.
Don
over here.
DeWepe.
You trying to get us busted?
trying to get us busted. Man.
You know what y'all
Yeah, the voice isn't quite locked in here yet.
Yeah,
Why don't you tell
I was getting
me
ready to
what
say
my
these are
problem
so
is?
rudiment. This is
I
like
will tell you
proto
what your
Nixon
problem
Hogan.
is.
Yeah, this was still Kevin being like, "Okay, no, do it like this more."
Yeah.
I think it's funny that like Kevin does get like red rimmed eyes as they're smoking, but it's because he's been puking over the side a bunch. So like the tears in his eyes.
Damn,
are
that
from-
fucking dehydrated, dude. Those fuck is, yo.
There's just so much random shit in the shot. Look, there's a weed eater behind me.
Yeah. Hey.
Look at that! Look at that! No parking sign.
Some kind of joke. Afraid not, my friend.
It looks like it's about to fall over.
Apocalypse. Apocalypse? Mm-hmm. Motherfucking undead.
Mhm.
Zombie bitches probably fucking shit up all over the world right
It's
now.
Andrew. That's you, buddy. Well, that's Johnny.
That's Johnny.
So safe. Man, board up these windows. Barricade the doors. We gotta do this motherfucker the right way. Relax. Relax. Zombies, motherfucker. The undead. Depending on which 80s horror
This actually
classic
breaks
you
your streak
believe,
because you did
they're
not film
gonna
this in
come up here
sequence.
and eat our brains.
We
Or
did.
they're gonna come up here and rip us limb from them.
No, you guys weren't doing any of this dialogue when I was there.
That is. Next one, relax.
Oh, we must have
Telling
shot the porch
Look
by
at them
itself.
zombie motherfuckers. They're still halfway down the street. They're slow fucking zombies. Let's smoke this fatty. By the time we're done with it, they be up here. Then we're gonna head to my house, right? I got a bunker 60 feet below my house.
The weed whacker would have been a good
Yeah.
weapon.
And I
You
got
guys
a
are just like
generator down
using
there.
zombie arms when you have a fucking weed whacker sitting right there.
Oh, weed whacker, right?
Weeks, and that's plenty of time for this zombie apocalypse bullshit.
It's probably out of gas.
National Guard or whatever the fuck come in,
No
clean
doubt.
that shit up, and we'll be back up here.
Still a
smoking
big chunk of
patches
metal.
in
Just
no
smack him with
time.
that fucking
What?
thing.
Yeah, check
You
it.
siphoned
I got
the gas to
entire
put in the
run of
car.
Big Black Butts magazines down there, and the Hustlers from '83 to '84 when Larry Flint went all crazy Christian. Classic. Yeah, and I got a 62-inch flat panel. plasma
That's true, by the way.
screen TV,
Hustler
complete with
magazine was
DVD,
is a Christian pornographic publication for 2 years.
Laserdisc.
Really?
Laserdisc.
Yeah.
Laserdisc. Laserdisc. Laserdisc.
Yeah, they've always looked like
The
nuns to me,
versions
so that
of
makes
Star Wars
sense.
I picked up on eBay a couple of years ago. I told you those motherfuckers would come in handy. Right. Well, what about food? Food, motherfucker. Shit.
Shit.
Tell me you forgot the food. I forgot the food, dog. What good is a plasma screen TV gonna do us if we're down there starving?
Worst stoner ever, Kevin. Jeez.
Can't believe you fucking forgot the food. I know, dog. My bad.
My bad.
I know, right?
Good call on the big black butts.
What? What you looking at, dog? Look at that! Look at what? That zombie ass bitch over there? I've never seen anything so dead. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, no, dog. I know that look in your eye. You're fucking in love, dog, with that zombie bitch. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, dog, no. That shit's fucking worse than bestiality. That shit's like unholy. Man, fuck you. She's beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that bitch. She got a fucking blood running out her nose and shit. That shit's fucking disgusting. Come on, let's kill those
Just photobombing the scene from the
motherfuckers.
edge.
Get down there, jerk one out to them big black butts magazines before the shit really starts going down. Right. Wait. Well, we can't kill her. Ah, Nixon. We're gonna have to
Nixon.
argue about this later. Look, more zombies.
I'm gonna eat a sandwich while we're watching this. I'm fucking starving.
Oh, man. This is really gonna fuck up my house.
It's a good thing about us watching this. Kevin realized he forgot the food. and
Yeah.
Now he's going to get himself a sandwich.
Back in the 6th grade when I fucked your sister? Yeah, right. Were you gonna have
Maybe he went back in time to write that line to remind himself to you right now.
Yeah, right.
We're gonna kill
Inception.
her fucking now. Alright, then. Just don't kill that hot bitch.
I'm like a
Puppet I still have this song on my YouTube playlist. I love this song so much.
Springfield, Illinois band called Violate.
Yeah, they're great.
never had a chance when you over with romance. There's pressing up against your body with my butt out of my pants. So big and baggy trousers.
Yeah, zombies.
Refer to her as Maggie. Has nothing to do with me, no, not at all. Simple yet complex thing you do. Zombie, 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 zombie.
R.I.P. Nick Head.
Say, hey, you zombie, 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 zombie.
We got the only editing credit on this one, I guess. Johnny didn't help.
Yeah.
Let's start with that big tall one over there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you still weren't like letting anyone else help you with that stuff. Eventually, it was getting so more in depth with everything. Johnny started helping you, I believe, with the editing. But
It's a devastating attack. Never see it coming.
head grab, get him, Andrew. Josh coming in to try to help, just like, let me edge in here. I think it's amazing how the ears remain uninfected.
Yeah. Zombieism is a weird disease.
Low budget zombieism is a weird disease.
So damn cold that day.
Was it?
Yeah.
Kevin was always the best at dressing us in really warm clothes whenever it was hot outside, and then
Yeah.
having us wear like little close to nothing whenever it's fucking freezing. I remember Colonel Kill motherfuckers. Oh my god, I was burning to death in that duster. And Kevin had the big fuzzy hat too, and it was the middle of summer.
And a long sleeve turtleneck.
Yeah.
That still looks good, man.
That's pretty legit right there. What are you gonna do with those arms?
I'm still so mad at this shot, though. I'm going to bring it up again. You didn't get me actually falling. As my arms are tied behind my back in a straitjacket, I fall to the ground and like all the breath rushes out of me because I just hit myself right in my chest, landing on the ground, the cold, hard, frozen ground.
Slam in your solar plexus.
I think I even remember having that conversation. You were like, "What do you want me to do? Just fall?" I'm like, yeah, just fucking fall.
Yeah.
You're like, okay.
It'll look cool. I'm like, all right, yeah.
Then we didn't even use the shot.
Yeah.
I would blame it on Johnny, but apparently I edited this one.
I'm waiting for the director's cut.
Fun fact, the guy on the left is the Dream Reaper.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't actually realize that.
Oh, he's suddenly on the right.
Yeah, because that's Devlin in the other one, right?
Yep.
This was his first day shooting with you, too, wasn't it?
Yep. Me, David Wayne Black, and Devlin.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, check it out. We gotta get some melee action up in this motherfucker. Motherfucking right. Plus 10 shovel, motherfucker.
This is probably one of my favorite lines in the entire. I love this little exchange.
Motherfucker, that's a raid. It's a plus 8 at best. Why you get a plus 10 shovel? Because it's got the sharp edges on it. You can lacerate a motherfucker with a shovel.
What the fuck are you gonna do with a rake?
Oh, man, you with that fucking high with that bullshit. Shut up, Nixon. Come on, I'll show you. I'm gonna show you what to do with the motherfucking shovel. You can't do with the motherfucking rake, alright? See.
I've always appreciated that line as a dork. Bing.
Fuck yeah, motherfucker. You see me hit that motherfucker in the head? You see me knock that zombie's head off? Hit that other motherfucking zombie with it? Yeah. That's that rooster shit I'm talking about, motherfucker. Fucking right, that shit's tight. That's why that's a plus 10 motherfucking shovel.
then. Let me show you why this is a plus 10 rake, motherfucker.
All right, why don't you show me?
I will.
I believe
I'm gonna
you.
show
Why
you
don't show me?
right
Why
now.
don't you get over
Here I
and show
go.
me? Get over
Here I go.
Here I go.
All right, you zombie bitches.
Gotta pump himself up.
Show you this fucking rake. Here we go.
Everybody always fucks with me because it doesn't come out his ass.
Really?
Yeah, I missed an opportunity to have the rake come out of his ass.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a missed opportunity, but it's okay.
He does walk away like really stiff, though, doesn't he? Yeah. You can fix it in post, right?
Yeah, I'll fix that.
Yeah, can we add that
Okay.
in special effects? New
Yeah, 20 years later, I'm
remastered.
gonna add that.
Just put it out and just tell people, be like, I'll give you something for free if you can figure out what I changed about this. Oh, there's DWB.
R.I.P.
I love him.
He didn't hit his ears either.
Ah!
I made up an internal mythology, and we started talking about it in the audio commentaries of the movies. I think starting with Colonel Phil Motherfuckers, and all these characters that just sort of come up from the bottom of the screen out of nowhere are using like Harry Potter type port keys.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, teleporting.
Yeah, it was, man.
Teleporting around
Strange
strangely.
out there, dog. What are we gonna do? I'm freaking out. Calm down, yo. I'm gonna call up my big brother Tony. He'll know what to do. No,
Tony.
Here comes Katie's big scene.
asshole, yo.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm a star in this one.
Deserve to get your ass
Talk us through it. What's your motivation here?
Cousin Susie and his bad dog. Yo, that bitch wanted the dick. Yeah.
I remember I left my infant child to come do this, or my toddler. Chloe was like a year, at most a year. I think she was like 10, 11 months. Good motherhood.
Oh. Was this wardrobe provided by Kevin Strange?
No, but you tell me, pull it up a little more.
Had you met Tim before this?
No, this was the first time I met Tim.
Oh, okay.
I love him to death. Still never actually have sucked his dick, but still love him.
I mean, there's still time.
Tony.
Yeah.
Thank God you answered. It's your little brother Hogan.
Hey, what's up, little bro?
Yeah, dog, check it out. We got some problems, yo. We got some motherfucking zombies that are here. They're trying to fucking kill us, yo. They're trying to eat us. They're trying to nibble on our fucking brain pieces like fucking squirrels, yo.
Squirrels.
Squirrels?
I think I just made that shit up right there. I was struggling through it.
Nibbling. You could remember what you wrote, so you're just like,
I don't think I wrote anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't remember seeing a script for this movie.
Yeah, I think the script was just Hogan calls Tony.
Yeah, well, I'm about ready to ram a cockhole through the back of this bitch's skull right here.
I definitely wrote that.
We're fucking trapped in here, dog. We're trapped in here like little fucking...
That shot's ridiculous with me with my hand there and holding my own hair. It's like I put myself in a headlock.
Okay.
Oh, we got the teepee too.
Give me a call back
Yeah.
tomorrow if there's still a zombie apocalypse going on. Cool?
Didn't you say that someone finally for the first time noticed an Easter egg, like with the toilet paper? Do you want to say that here?
Yeah, that it's not in Nixon Hogan Meet Satan.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
One of the fans finally was like, it's not in there. What the hell's wrong with you?
Why are you holding your own hair?
All right.
Is that
I
a
don't-
direction from me?
I'm about
No,
ready to
I'm pretty
fuck
sure I
this
just
bitch's
did that, and you're
mouth
like, yeah,
sideways,
just do
okay?
that.
So,
Because we couldn't
peace
figure
out.
out like Tim talking on the phone and doing like his own stuff. So I was like, I got it. Headlock.
Told you it tastes like rhubarb, didn't I?
Rhubarb.
Brilliant performance.
I didn't remember that.
Brilliant performance.
Yeah.
I'm a star, baby.
A star was born that day.
Kevin was like, yes, that was an acceptable scene. We'll put you in more stuff.
Trying to bite me and take this dick. Nixon, are you in there? Nixon, are you in there?
Are you in there fucking that zombie bitch?
I think this is funny because this is kind of like the scene when he finds you fucking his own fleshlight because he's at the door like, Hogan, open the door. I know you're in there.
Yeah, the reverse of this.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, well,
That's intentional.
that's what I was asking.
Super 8.
What's sick? You sitting there staring at my ass. Shut that fucking door, yo!
It's actually the bathroom of that house that we were filming at. Oh,
Yeah, the entire movie was shot in this house.
This bitch is my piece real quick and we'll be out of here.
so where did you film your scene at, Katie?
In the bedroom, like right to the right when you first walked in the house. Like it was
Oh,
in
no
the
kidding.
same exact house. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize
Both
that
of those
either.
bedrooms, this bedroom and the bedroom Katie was in. See, that's the door beyond
Okay.
the bathroom. That's the door to that other bedroom. So
I'm
both,
pretty-
both bedrooms open to the bathroom.
I'm pretty sure I
Okay.
came to help with something else too, and my kid was running around one of the days on set.
That was that was for Clockhammer.
Oh yes, that was Cockhammer.
Oh, no, man. Oh, come on, dog.
We shot the scene where you guys buy weed from Nixon and Hogan in this house. On that couch right there.
Yeah.
These poor people didn't even know we were going to film in their house that day. The house is so filthy.
Sons of bitches.
It's okay. It lends to Nixon and Hogan's credibility.
Play World of Warcraft online. Online, man.
Online.
It's a zombie apocalypse out there, man. Ain't nobody.
All right, I love you guys. I gotta go figure out dinner.
Dog, you don't know
Kevin's
what
making me
Bye.
hungry with his sandwich.
Come hella hot water.
All right.
Me
Good
and my
time.
friend Miss
Bye,
Jones
Katie.
is going to level 60. And if I don't have my Tiki God of Warcraft, I'm fizzle fucked. We gotta get it, man. No, fuck that shit, dude. I ain't going out there and fuck with these zombie fuckers just so you can get your fucking Tiki God of whatever the fuck. Dog, please, I'm begging you. If you ever did anything for me before in your life, you gotta help me get my Tiki God. Alright, listen. Alright.
Later turns into the talisman, right?
You go get
Oh,
your
yeah.
Tiki God or whatever the fuck. Right. I'll stay here and watch the door so nobody get in this motherfucker. You got my back, dog? Of course I do, man. Go out there, get your shit. I'll be right here. Alright, dog. I appreciate it. Alright, love you. Love you.
That line always gets me.
All right, you sexy little dead chick. You ready for round number 2? I'm gonna break my dick off from your ass piece, bitch. What? Where'd you go?
Nixon,
What the fuck? Where are you?
I'm outside, Nixon.
This
Come
is where the
find me.
movie like
Outside.
takes the nosedive into Kevin Strange territory. It's been a pretty, I wouldn't say a standard zombie movie up to this point, like low budget zombie movie, but it hasn't been like
Fucking tiki.
super different
I don't
or
know what I
weird.
would've done without you.
Yeah.
Them
And now it
motherfuckers
gets all fucking
would've eaten me
wonky.
alive without you. Oh, motherfucking tiki.
And then I took the graphic novel to even absolute crazier
Oh
depths.
God, yes. How's the webcomic been doing so far? Getting some decent hits?
I'm happy with it for just starting it out.
I forgot you brought my arm back.
Oh my God, I'm too much. I'm too pretty to die. No, alright. You're gonna kill me. Just don't touch the face. I'm too pretty. I need to make it pretty fuck. But just get it right here. Get it right here. Get the jugular. Get it. Take it quick. Just make it. Get it over with. I don't wanna.
Is this guy one of the carolers in the Christmas one? No.
That's actually Josh Itsuo's brother, Kenny.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Tony.
Spread out, you fag.
What happened to that bitch you were fucking? What? She wouldn't stuck her toes up your ass?
Yeah, bitch wouldn't wiggle him.
Oh, what a fucking cunt.
Instead of squishy.
Yeah, fuck it. Well, I guess that really is the end of all them zombies.
Not quite.
Not quite. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Literally, this thing was on the ground in these poor people's front yard.
You gotta give me my shovel, Tony. Tony, give me my shovel. Give it to me. What the fuck, Tony? This is my shovel.
Whatever that is, it was laying in the yard.
Hey, dick hole's open. No, really. No, look. Oh!
Good shot.
It was.
Fuck that zombie. Oh, motherfucking zombie. Oh, yeah, fucking eat that. Motherfucker. Fuck you, motherfucker. Dead motherfuckers, what that is.
Yep. Wanna get high?
Fuck yeah, it was a bird shit.
You holding?
Oh, dog, Nixon's got all my weed.
Nixon.
Yeah, motherfucking pussy was supposed to be standing right there guarding
Nixon,
the door.
the ass clown that fucked our cousin Susie on my bed.
Dog,
He fucked her on my bed,
dog,
on my pillow.
The first
Was rubbing on
first mention
On
of
my
Miles
pillow.
Murphy, who's now
There's still hairs on it.
he's now a running recurring character in the Strangeville universe.
Yeah.
First appearance in Cockhammer Lives, the graphic novel.
Dog. Nixon, where the fuck were you? You were supposed to be in here. Fucking watching the door for me, Nixon. Where you at? Nixon.
Pillow fucker. He's improving all that.
Nixon, where you at, dog?
Asshole.
Nixon.
Asshole.
Well, shit. If he's not in here, I mean, the only other place he could be is out in the backyard. Hey, that's a pretty nice hat you got there.
It's a motherfucking awesome hat.
Yeah. Alright, let's get out in the backyard and see if he's back there.
Yeah, better before he gets in fucking Susie's back door again.
Aw, Tony, come on now.
Yeah, fuck you.
Irrational hatred.
What? You're not dead?
No, Nixon. I'm very much alive. Come see for yourself. Feel for yourself.
This chick nailed all this dialogue. I didn't think she was going to be able to do all these monologues.
I'm gonna stick
Good
my
job.
tongue up your dead asshole.
That is a majority of what you write is monologues.
I don't know. The only thing I like more than talking is making other people talk.
You mean that bitch?
Doesn't look so dead anymore. Hogan! Tony! What the fuck you guys doing here? Nixon! Get away from that dead bitch!
Don't know what to do, just run out of the shot.
Back off, jack off, or I'll slit his throat from ear to
He
ear.
suddenly has a big gray wig.
Man, that dead bitch ain't even dead at all.
No
That's
idea.
right, bitches. You were right when you said fucking me was unholy. When this idiot here shot his hot, juicy manload down my rotting throat piece, his life force mixed with the demonic power animating my corpse, allowing 17 demons from hell to manifest within this dead husk.
17 demons?
That's right. I'm a motherfucking Voltron of satanic power. And now, with the sacrifice of this pathetic loser, the portals of the depths of hell shall open.
You think demons watch
all the
Voltron?
forces of darkness upon this feeble planet.
The demons watch Voltron.
Sacrifice?
Probably got better
Not
things.
if I get my hands on him first.
Tony, no! Come back!
Fuck that zombie bitch. I'm gonna kick your ass. You fucked my cousin Susie in my goddamn bed. Not only that, on my fucking pillow. There's shit on my pillow. There's hairs on my pillow. On my pillow. Cousin Susie's on my pillow. But man, she wanted the dick.
Stop moving around so I can kill him.
Nixon! Tony, get away from that dead bitch! She's got that axe, she's gonna kill you both! She's gonna cut your heads off! Get the fuck away from that dead bitch! Tony Nixon, my god! Get away from her! I'm dead!
I'm dead.
Tony!
Now she's looking directly at them. And somehow axes the wrong guy. He also doesn't have any axe wounds on him.
Yeah. Did lose his hat though.
Very.
Ah, I didn't mean to kill him. He was kind of sexy.
What? I'm not sexy? Nixon, get away from that bitch!
Oh my god, dude! She killed your brother!
Fuck him. He was a dick anyway.
Silence, you fools! Taste your deaths! Oh, what manner of sorcery is this?
What, this?
I do enjoy the Kevin Strange dialogue of most of the characters saying exactly what happened. She killed your brother.
Wait. I suck a mean cock.
Bitch! Suck this!
Fuck you, stoner fucks! My master will have your balls!
That shit was fucked up, bro.
Now, did she actually do that voice, or was that post-production?
Someone responsible for all the zombie she-bitch nonsense? But who would set the power of hell on us? Got darn kids with your Betamax players, ping pong, electronic video entertainment. Not the one bag. Need some damn respect. In my day, we played with air. That's right, air. And we were happy to have it. Give it a bit of it. It was you.
I don't remember if he wrote that or I wrote
Guess it
that.
was me. I cast a spell that brought forth that heinous she-bitch from the fiery depths of hellish hell. How the fuck was I supposed to know that you stole
I think he did. I think I wrote him some stuff and he punched it up. Because I
Nice.
didn't write the Betamax players and the ping pong electric thing. That was all
The
Nick.
only artifact on Earth that can stop that sexy ass she-bitch from opening a portal to hell and doing away with you stoner fucks once and for all. I'm your fucking neighbor. Why the fuck would you sick zombies and hell bitches on us, dude? Word. Why? I'll tell you why. Because you're a bunch of punk-ass kids coming and going at all hours of the night, playing your clown raps, smoking your reefers. I'm in my house every night, shoving cucumbers up my ass and trying to jerk my cat off. And you fuckers are having parties. Can't a guy get quality time with domesticated house pets in peace? So you summoned a fucking demonic she-bitch and a bunch of zombies from hell? Fuck yeah. So how'd you know I would fucking jizz down her corpsey throat piece and turn her all demon-y? Are you kidding me? Have you seen the chicks you bring home? You'd fuck a toilet if it had a pussy. Jeez, I mean,
He's right, yo.
don't you think that shit was a tad excessive? I mean, why didn't you call the cops on us or something? Fuck cops.
Fuck cops.
Man, you fucking weird dog. Fuck you, punk-ass kid. I told you we were pissing that dude off, didn't I? Nixon, You know what your problem is? What? Why don't you tell me what my problem is? I will tell you what your problem is. Just as soon as we smoke this fatty.
I'm like a puppet on a string. Can't do anything in a shadow of you at my window. My breath fly you phone call when
So precious that you had to go out in the zombie apocalypse to grab it. Now you just leave it on the ground.
for your company. Life I lead, deep hungry like dogs you feed. Never had a chance. When
I
you
consider that the
owe
true
romance,
beginning of the Hack Movies
dressing
universe.
up a
Dream Reaper is what it is.
body with me.
Yeah.
It's a fun movie, and it's goofy and everything. But I hadn't quite found my my voice and my style yet. And I feel like Dead Shit was really the beginning of that, where I really started to come into my own as a writer and as a director, and started to really shape what the Hack Movies universe would be for forever, I guess, because it's still exactly like that.
Yeah.
The characters in Space Worms here are just a reflection of what those characters in Dead Shit were all those years ago, almost 20 years ago now. I guess 15.
Yeah. What is it? 2006, I think we filmed that one. Right? Or 7?
2007.
7. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the winter 2006 into winter 2006 2007.
Yeah.
And it was released in 2007. And then we started working on Colonel Kill, and that was a 2008 release.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that was summer of 07 and then didn't come out until 08.
Yeah,
Is
Colonel
that
Kill
your
was,
longest production?
it was my longest production by far. It was so hard to schedule all those people because we
Yeah.
did those. We had those big. It was an ensemble cast, and doing that those big shoots that required 6 or more people, 7 with Josh, 8
Yeah.
with PJ doing the special effects to make Colonel Kill look like he looked. Like, it was so difficult to schedule those because I was just trying to schedule on Sundays. For some reason, we were only shooting on Sundays, and I'd get a Sunday and we'd shoot all day. We shot many hours and got a lot of work done.
Oh yeah.
And then man, it would be 4, 5, 6 Sundays before I could coordinate everybody and get everybody back together. And so that movie just took months and months and months to make. Later on, I cut all that shit out and wouldn't let that fly. And I was starting to shoot on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, 3 days in a row. And then we would do what was it? Smoke Christmas was only 9 shoot dates over
No
3
kidding.
weeks. Yeah, 9 days over 3 weeks. And and you see all the crazy stuff that's in that movie, all the different things we had to coordinate on the monsters. There's more monsters in Smoke Christmas than in any other movie we ever did. So it was really a well-oiled machine by then, which makes
Yeah.
sense that I then quit and abandoned the whole thing right when we were
Sure. Yeah.
we could knock them out in fucking 3 weeks. Those were the times. Those were the days. Well, I think I'm going to call it a night. I've been streaming for 4 hours. We've done commentary
wow.
over 2
Yeah.
movies, completed 2 pages here. So
All
I
right.
think I'm going to call it. I appreciate you giving me your Friday night here, buddy.
No problem. I'm going to hit up that superstore, maybe get some items here, make you drink some American honey.
Hell yeah. Sounds good, buddy. I will
All
talk
right.
to you soon.
Later, dude.
Later. All right, gang. One last chance. Hit up that Strangeville Superstore. Link in the description, strangevillesuperstore.square.site. If you are watching this live, or if you're still watching this on March 3rd, 2023, you can hit up that Strangeville Superstore, enter the promo code STRANGE50 at checkout, and place your order and get 50% off your Strangeville swag there. If you're watching this later, if you're watching this as a replay and it is past this date, the 50% off sale is over, but I still encourage you to hit up the Superstore and pick up some Strangeville items. Pick up some of those comics, those DVDs. We've got VHS on there also. We've got shirts, hats, and hoodies. Jump on in there. We are raising funds today to astral project me to into the Astronomicon convention. I just had two more comments on Facebook from attendees of Astronomicon upset that I'm not going to be there. It's a this is going to continue to happen at every convention until you, the fans, use your voice and use your power as ticket holders to to convey your wants and needs to the promoters, the powers that be, the promoters that be, that Strangeville deserves a place at their conventions. So I appreciate you joining me on this 4.5 hour long mega telethon. We sold a bunch of stuff at the store. I appreciate that. I thank you guys for all your support, and I hope you, the rest of you guys watching, grab some stuff from the store as well. Remember to stay strange.